Call the meeting to order for Wicomico County Council Legislative Session 2024-21 for September 17th, 2024. Those who would like to stand and join us in the Lord's Prayer and pledge allegiance, please do.
Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. And give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Entertain a motion from council to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion or corrections? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Consent agenda is approved. This time we have a proclamation for to recognize the month of September as Suicide Prevention Month. Life Crisis representatives will be here, and James Wynn, I'm assuming, are here, and James Wynn will be reading the proclamation. If you are with Life Crisis, yes, please. Come on to the podium, please. Thank you for being here.
Hi. Good morning.
Didn't have a name, I apologize. So if you could let us know.
What's your name? Erica. All right.
What's your last name,
Come on
Erica?
over here. What was your last name?
Hunter. Thanks for being here.
Yep. All right. So this is a proclamation for National Suicide Prevention Week. Whereas last year, nearly 50,000 Americans died by suicide. In 2022, suicide was the second leading cause of death for young people in age 10 to 14 and 25 to 34. And the suicide rate for veterans was 50% higher than for anyone else. And whereas over 90% of the people who died by suicide have diagnosable and treatable mental health condition, although often that condition is not recognized or treated, and whereas organizations such as the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention are dedicated to saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide through education, advocacy, and resources for those who have lost someone to suicide or who struggle, and whereas the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention urges that we recognize suicide as a preventable public health problem, address disparities in access to mental health care, promote awareness that suicide most often occurs when the stressors exceed someone's coping abilities, and implement strategies to improve access to quality mental health, substance abuse, and suicide prevention services and programs. Now, therefore, the Wicomico County Council and hereby designates September 8th to the 14th, 2024 as National Suicide Prevention Week in Wicomico County. So, there you go. Do you have anything you want to tell me? Say anything you want right now.
So crisis work is hard work. Suicide is absolutely difficult work, but we have an amazing team, and we're always grateful to be recognized for the work that we do. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's okay.
You tell us my first time?
Yes, it's okay.
Good, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Here.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Mrs. Hurley.
Good morning, Council President, Council members, ladies and gentlemen. I want to bring to your attention before we begin this morning that the agenda for today has been updated. It was updated yesterday to remove the agenda items relating to the Horizon program. So that was resolution number 126-2024, and there was a work session on the reevaluation of the program. We are expecting for those to be rescheduled to a meeting in October. Okay. We do have two public hearings on the agenda today. A public notice was published in the local newspaper and posted on the county's website. The first public hearing is on declaring property located at 122 South Division Street, Salisbury, Maryland, known as the Downtown Library, Paul S. Sarbanes Branch, to be surplus property. As a summary, the county executive has proposed declaring the downtown library as surplus. This property would be exchanged with the State of Maryland University System for property located at 909 South Shoemaker Drive, which will become the new site for the library. The library plans to remain at Division Street location until renovations at the Shoemaker site are complete.
Thank you, Ms. Farley. This time we open the floor for public hearing in reference to the declaration of the property located at 122 South Division Street as surplus property. So if you have any comments that you'd like to make in reference to this specific issue, come to the podium, please. State your name, your county of residence, and your concerns.
Jim Atkins, Wicomico County. I strongly support Wicomico County Library and everything that they do and everything they're trying to do. However, I think this is a misrepresentation of what is actually happening. The county is not exchanging property. They are surplusing a property and then renting a property, even though it's at a minimal rent of $1 a year for 10 years, with 2 additional 10-year terms available. You're still giving what has been appraised as over a $5 million piece of property as surplus to the state for them to let you, for a nominal fee, rent a property, which after 30 years you don't own. You have the right to buy, but this is not an exchange. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins.
My name is John Rankin. I live in the county and also within the city. I support the move of the library from downtown to the old Ward Museum location because I think it's an improvement of the library where I'm very involved. I spend a couple hours a week there every week taking advantage of all the books and publications that they have. Because of where I live, it would be a little more convenient for me to have it at the Ward Museum because I live down that way. But in general, the property, that old property is getting old. I think that a newly renovated library facility down on Ward, at the Ward Museum would be a good thing for all the patrons. And so I encourage the council to vote in support of the surplusing of the property at 122 Division Street. Thank you.
Did you state your name?
My name is John Rankin. I live in the county and in the city.
Thank you very much, John. Any other comments? Seeing none, that concludes the public hearing. Mrs. Hurley?
Okay. Next is a public hearing on resolution number 120-2024. This is to amend Chapter 15 titled Leave and Holiday Benefits of the Personnel Manual, Section 1511, titled Personal Leave, to provide 2 additional personal days each calendar year. And as a summary for this public hearing, in a work session held on April the 2nd, 2024, regarding adding additional holidays to the 2024 holiday list, which were July 5th and December the 24th, it was suggested that adding 2 personal days should be considered rather than adding additional holidays. The county executive has now proposed the 2 additional personal days to be given effective January the 1st, 2025.
This time we open the floor for public hearing on resolution number 122-2024. If you have any comments you'd like to make in reference to this specific issue, please come to the podium, state your name, your county of residence, and your concerns. Okay. That concludes the public hearing on resolution number 120-2024. Entertain a motion from council to approve resolution 120-2024. Second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Resolution passes.
Okay, next is resolution number 121-2024. This is approving and publishing the additional date Christmas Eve of the official holidays for county employees for the year 2024.
Entertain a motion from council to approve resolution 121-2024.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion?
We just gave two more personal days. I don't think that, another day off is just justified. So I'm not going to support this, so.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I thought we had this in the work session in April. I thought that's what we discussed.
Okay. Sorry to hear.
I'm sorry, we had this discussion in April, and we already discussed this.
Right.
So I'm not in favor of it.
Any other comments?
I'm not in favor of it either. I thought it was already discussed.
Good morning, Ms. Olin. How are you?
Hello. Director of HR is unavailable today, and so that is why I'm filling in. I did want to say, yes, council just approved 2 additional days. Those that were approved for fiscal year or for calendar year 2025. I will state, as a department that has a window, that if the building is open and we are not closed to the public, I have to have staff. I can't let my department off for Christmas Eve because I literally have to have people here to answer the telephones and take payments and be staffed. So giving December 24th for this year, since there aren't 2 additional personal days, allows my staff to be able to, for my department personally, to be closed. I'm sure there are other departments that are in the similar situation that if the county is open, we have to be open. So just giving that information. I'm well aware that council had this conversation in April. I'm also well aware you just passed this resolution, but that starts the next calendar year.
Yeah.
Yes, Josh?
But just to be clear, so everyone understands, so this is the holidays, this is specifically for this year, this resolution 121, and then what we approved before is going forward next calendar year. So
Correct.
this is to try to,
It's to try to give the employees an extra day this year. Additionally, Christmas does fall on a Wednesday.
Right.
Thus, to give Christmas Eve would allow some families to potentially travel and see their family. If Christmas on a Wednesday, it's a little hard to travel. But again, my department is a very specific department that if the county is open, we are required to be staffed.
Would a half day work? Would that not work in this instance?
I mean, anything would be better than nothing, but if the building is open, if we say that the county is open, 8 to 5, my doors are open from 8 to 4:30. We shut at 4:30 due to closing processes, and that's something we have been doing since I've taken this position. But we still answer the phone up until 5 o'clock.
Any other questions?
I have a question. If someone does have to work on Christmas Eve, the personal day would be, they would have could take a personal day in place of them working?
So if the council approves a holiday for this day and somebody has to work Christmas Eve, they get that holiday in their bank to utilize at a different time. If on the personal days that you approved just now, those just go in your bank and you can use those at any time in calendar 2025. This is closing Christmas Eve. If for whatever reason you need to be in the office, like the sheriff's department, like corrections, like emergency services where we operate 24/7, those people would receive an additional holiday to be utilized at a different time, like we do with every other holiday that they have to work.
But if they want to take off, they can use a vacation day or a banked holiday or personal day.
They can, but again, if you say we're open, then we are open, and thus we need to have staff to be open in every department. Because, if you say if you say the county is open, planning and zoning is going to have somebody answer the telephones. If you say we're open, finance is going to have somebody answer the telephones, be able to take payments. So I have certain people that do certain tasks in my department, which means at least 2, and more than that, typically would have to be here for us to open the vault. to be able to answer the phones, to be able to do lunch hours, so again, I can't, in my specific department, if we are open, we have to be staffed. And I well understand that people can take a vacation day, but I will have to deny staff's vacation days if everybody puts in for it, because I have to be open.
I think I was one of the ones that pushed it away from going with 2 extra holidays to the 2 personal days. And I was a proponent of it. I supported it. But I think this extra day, I mean, I'm just not for it.
Joe?
Well, Wicomico County has probably one of the, if you compare it to other counties, and I did ask our office staff to look at other counties, we have probably one of the most liberal leave policies, as far as counties go. And we just added to that with 2 more days, even though it's next year. I understand what you said. But, we're hard to serve the people.
And
Excuse me.
I understand. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
but,
you.
I mean, it's like I stated last week in the comments, if we don't have to have people here Christmas Eve, do we have to have people here 3 days before Christmas or the week before? I mean, I can't support it. It's just, it's getting out of hand.
I stated the information.
Yeah.
It's now up to council's
No, we appreciate
decision.
that. That's your responsibility. I get that. Yeah, my concern is if you make it Tuesday and Wednesday, what happens Monday? You're gonna have people coming in after a weekend, Saturday, Sunday. They come in Monday and then they don't come back again until Thursday. That Monday gets a little bit complicated, I think.
It's confusing.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 121, 2024, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
I would be in favor of a half day.
Yes or no?
Of the way it sits, right now, I don't know. No. But I would be in favor of doing a half day for that day.
Chair votes no. Resolution number 121, 2024 does not pass. Thank you, Ms. Owen.
Yep.
Okay, next for your consideration is Resolution Number 93-2024. This is amending the fiscal year 2025 operating and capital budget to use a portion of the expected fiscal year 26 capital funding for the Wicomico County Free Library, Inc. in the amount of $330,000. This resolution was originally introduced on August the 20th, 2024, but was postponed to today to get the determination on the grant application that was submitted to the state board. And before you is Mr. South Hirschberger, Director of the Wicomico Public Library.
Been a motion from council to approve Resolution 93, 2024.
To move.
Second.
Second.
Good morning, Mr. Hirschberger. How are you?
Morning.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to come back and talk about this. Just to I want to back up just a little bit to talk about where we are with this, and I see this as an opportunity to update you all about what the status of the project is and what we've, to date, what has occurred. And just to review, the agreement that was reached between the county government and Salisbury University a few months ago that placed us on this path that our county is on of having one of the best, proudest library facilities in the state at a fraction of the usual cost for building such a building. And so I'm here again to request the $330,000 in funding for design so that the project can begin on a feasible timeline. For us to receive and spend more than $6.5 million from the state as part of an $8 million renovation project. Yesterday, on September 16th, the Department of Budget and Management held a meeting regarding the state capital budget and received recommendations from 4 projects from various departments, including the Maryland State Library, regarding our request for $6.5 million over the 2 years of the project, and all the upgrades that are needed at the Shoemaker Pond facility. Our project has continued, I can report now, to advance through the steps of review and vetting, and I have been advised that we are in as strong a position as we possibly could be to receive full funding. We'll know more when a draft of that budget, the capital budget for the state, is released in January. And we'll know for sure that we have been awarded the grant when that budget is finally approved by the legislature in the spring. So I just want to address a couple of questions that I know I've heard from a few of you already. Why should we be expected to invest local matching funds into a project before we receive notification that we will be awarded the grant? First, we indicated we were willing to do that when we applied for the funding. The state library, we applied early, and the state library returned our pre-submission of our application and specifically requested that we provide a more feasible timeline by completing the design work this year in FY25. And so a July 5 letter of intent addressed to the Maryland State Library from the executive's office indicated that we were, quote, prepared to recommend provisions in the capital improvement budget for fiscal year 2025 of at least $330,000. So the exact amount I'm here to ask for today. That provision was specifically requested by state officials, and they considered it an important element for the project to be considered feasible. Once we are awarded the grant, and I expect that we will be, and we're able to start expending the millions of dollars coming in from the state at the start of FY26, we need to be as close as we can to ready to break ground so that we can spend the allocated funds in the fiscal year, because those funds will not carry over to the next year if we fall behind. We would lose the money we don't have time to spend. Second question is, what happens to that $330,000 if Wicomico County is not awarded the grant or if we don't receive full funding? So I'm here today to say that the $330,000 will not be wasted or lost in any circumstance. The funding goes to advancing this project through a necessary stage and would contribute to the library's local match for this or other grants that we would pursue. We will have completed designs as a necessary step in moving this project forward. We would, if we don't receive this funding, seek other grants and other sources of funding. The county is already in an active lease of that property and is advancing towards ownership of the property, as took place in a public hearing just a few minutes ago. The library has already assumed payment of all the utility bills and other maintenance costs of the property. The investment would be recorded as a local match for other grant applications, just as it is for this one. Most state and federal grants that we would pursue always require a local match of some percent. And so that $330,000 would be counted towards that total. And finally, the State Library Capital Fund is the best and likeliest way for the county to secure state funds for a long overdue project. But even if we are awarded full funding, it's not the last grant that we will pursue to renovate that property. So in summary, the capital budget amendment is needed to place the project on a timeline requested by the state agency as required to considering the project feasible. We're in a strong position, as strong as we could be, to receive full funding, and this agreement paves the way for this moment. Will be provided the county with a flagship library residents can take pride in at a fraction of the ordinary cost. The board, the foundation, the community of library supporters are enthusiastic about supporting the relocation of our main library to the shores of Shoemaker Pond, and we're asking the council to vote on the resolution and cast your votes to move the project forward today and ensure that we're on track to receive and expend the millions of state dollars and complete the project in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hirschberger. Any questions, comments? Jeff?
Seth, we just went through this with Fruitland Primary School. If this project is delayed, are we looking at cost escalation?
The longer we wait, the more construction costs will go up, yes. And we're also looking at the money we continue to spend on maintaining a property that is sitting vacant right now.
Thank you.
Jeff mentioned the Fruitland Primary. We were kind of pushed into going that way because they did do design early, and then there was some hesitation about spending the money for the school, but the excuse was, well, we've spent all this money on design. Now, when you were here last time, I think the council consensus was come back to us with a guarantee, but you still don't have that. And if we did the $330,000 And I think you told me on the phone it was, what, 7.5 million in the library fund or something, the state library fund. So our project's 6 million, but that 7.5 million's got to be split up between 24 counties. And we don't know, where the budget's going to be for the state. All we're hearing, if you talk to any of the, we're going to talk to the legislators tomorrow morning. I'm sure it's not going to be a great conversation because of all the fees that the governor's put on the citizens of this state because of budget problems. But to be in support of the library, I'd like to amend this Resolution 93-2024, and the council vote on drafting a letter of obligation that we would give this money as soon as the state and the funding agencies have obligated themselves to funding the library. That way we won't be out to 3:30, or if we do I don't think we'll ever be out to 3:30. Let me correct myself there. We know the library's going to get done, okay. But if we do the 3:30 now, the project gets delayed for a year. There's going to have to be redesign done, more designs. That's going to cost us more money. So I think to amend this, to do a letter of obligation that the money's there, we've got it in our reserves, and that's where it's coming from, and we're in full support. But we want a solid guarantee from whoever's funding this that they're going to send the money down here. So.
May I?
Well, there's a motion. There's a motion to amend. Is there a second?
Oh, I've got a comment.
Is there a second?
Got a second.
Is there a second or not?
I'll second it.
Motion second. Okay. Pam, I'll let you go ahead first if you don't mind.
The concern I have is based on the timeline with the state, as Seth stated, is that the design is not a 2-week, 4-week, 6-week process. Design is a significant amount of time, and as Seth stated, if we are awarded these funds on July 1st, we have to spend them by June 30th, 2026. Is that correct? So, if we are behind, if we have to wait till the state has finalized their approval of this grant, we're now talking April, when the budget is struck, and thus you're now talking 4-8 weeks to do a complete design of a library. I'm not an architect. But that sound, trying to design a house that I did took a whole lot longer than 4 to 8 weeks. And thus, we would not be ready to hit the ground running to spend money on July 1st. We really need to know that we have a plan, we know what we're doing. We need to know by April 15th that, yes, we're going to be awarded these funds, and thus we can start bidding projects that we have a design for, so that on July 1st, we have the ability to award those projects and start spending that money. To spend construction dollars in 1 year, as you know, it takes a long time to build stuff. So we have to think about this in stages, and we have to back up from July 1st. We have to be on July 1st ready to award construction dollars, which means to be able to do that, we have to be able to bid construction dollars. We can't send anything out to bid until the state approves that. That's April. Most bidding things take 4 to 6 weeks. So now you back up 4 to 6 weeks from July 1st, you're now looking at May 15th. So now you're saying that in a month, from April 15th to May 15th, we have to design a building so that we can put an RFP on the street and be able to award by July 1st. That timeline is not feasible to be able to actually spend money come July 1st.
Thank you. Shane, you had a comment?
So I support the library. I supported the move. I supported the exchange. But what I'm having trouble with, and this is why I seconded Joe's motion, looking at this as a taxpayer who's watching on PAC 14, we're being asked to come up with this money and spend this money with no obligation from the state. It looks good, it sounds good, but we have no guarantees. And I know how I run my household budget. I wouldn't spend that kind of money without having some guarantees. So I'm struggling with you putting that kind of money of the taxpayers' money out there without having those guarantees. Because what could come along, we might have to hit the kitty of the county if we don't get the money we're asking for from the state. And we may not be prepared to do that.
Right, and so thank you, Councilman Baker. And I would tell you right now, I'm not coming back if we don't get this grant and saying, oh, now I need the full $8 million from the county. I'm not going to do that. The $330,000 is not a risk because it is a solid investment in moving a project forward, and those funds can be counted towards a match of any grant we would pursue. And that's what we would do. Honestly, if we don't receive full funding, we're going after other state and federal funds from other agencies. This is the best first choice, but it's not the last one. And this investment, we're going to always need a match. And this can always be that match, could be counted towards that match. So, and we need to move forward. Just like Pam said, we need to be on a solid timeline. They told us, you got to be on a solid timeline or we're not going to approve your project even at the early peer review phase. We're going to have concerns and we're going to indicate to the state that this project is not going to be shovel ready to be completed in time. And this was something that they said you need to pursue this commitment from your local government to ensure this project is shovel ready. So when we award millions of dollars, you have a feasible timeline for completing it in time. That is how most of the awarded, like it's not that grants aren't awarded, most of the money lost in these state grants is because the local governments ran out of time to spend the money and fell behind.
What you just said, you said you need a commitment from our local government. That's what we're offering you. That's what my amendment says. We're offering you a commitment. And so
Yeah.
let me go a little farther here. There's other places, somebody sent me an email yesterday, said the Community Foundation has a lot of money, in their fund. Have you checked with any of the other local places like the Community Foundation where they would fund this? I mean, we could, go to them and see if they would do the $330,000. The county could even go as far as saying, if the Community Foundation does this, when you do get the approval, I'm saying when you do, I didn't say if you do, because hopefully you will, that the county would reimburse them. I mean, I don't know if that can be done. I'm sure Pam would say whether it could or not. But we're offering you what you just said, an obligation. That's what my amendment is. So.
Right. Thank you, Councilman Holloway. I'm concerned that it would put us on a bad footing with the timeline. And I also think it would signal to the agency adjudicating the grants that the local government is hedging on whether or not they would provide the funding, and whether or not we'll be shovel ready in time. It's not too late for them to pull it back. When there was news press reporting about the decision to table last time we met, the state library reached out and said, "Are we still good on the local matches? Because we need that. We need to be sure that that's good." And I told them, yes, they're behind us, and we're going to be able to move forward in a timely fashion. We still have time, but we can't wait until we know for sure, because then we're already way behind.
I think honestly, Joe, with all respect, I think it makes it somewhat convoluted to try to approve an amendment such as this. It sends mixed messages as well. We've committed to this project. We know we've committed to it. I think we can trust, without a doubt, we can trust Mr. Hirschberger to do his job and just give him the means by which to do his job. I know there's a concern about the risk of having $330,000 of exposure out there, but I think Mr. Hirschberger and Ms. Zolan have made it very clear that the risk is even greater if we delay. Moving a project to April and to May, I guarantee you whatever the funding is that will come from the state we will not be able to spend it in time by the end of December, and you're going to lose a whole heck of a lot more than $330,000. So I think we need to act expeditiously and get this moving forward. And I personally, I would not want to support the amendment simply because I think it sends out too many mixed messages.
Don't we have to vote on it, though?
We will. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still in discussion, Shane.
Okay.
Quick question.
Shane?
Yeah, many years ago, we bought the Chipman Culture Center, and we had to do a matching fund, and back then, we had to raise $150,000. The state was gonna give us $150,000, the Historical Trust, but the community had to show support, and the community we had to raise money through the community and maybe some other grants, like you were saying, to raise the other $150,000. So at that time, it was $300,000. So I'm just saying, when you're dealing with state funding, I can understand some of the things, because we've even had to ask for extensions on some grants. We just finished spending the 2018 grant about a month or so ago. But the Historical Trust may be a little different, but they gave us extensions. But this grant thing is difficult. You have to make sure you spend the money, but also you have to have the local government support, and they have to give some funding to the project to have a buy-in. And I think I support the $330,000, because I understand materials will be more, your consultant fees may be more, things change, but I do support the money.
Seth, could you go a little more into the timeline? Like, let's say this moves forward today. What can we expect to happen, and approximately when?
The timeline, if this resolution is approved today, then we will be able to move forward with not just the conceptual designs that we have secured through federal funding, but with the construction documents, and we would have those in hand and ready, as Ms. Oland referenced, to bid the project as soon as we know that it's a sure thing and that we're going to have a lot of money to spend in July.
Excluding the state funding, how much funding do you have right now on hand?
We have $24,500 that we're using for a feasibility study and for some conceptual design work that's currently underway.
So you mentioned Josh, go ahead. You haven't had yours.
I'm just going to ask you had mentioned potential other grant money. I don't know if you want to elaborate more on that. What other kind of future plans you have for?
Sure, and this is a tricky thing with state grants too, is that any state funding we received cannot be matched with other state funding. It has to be a local match, and so we're not at this time able to pursue the $6.5 million from the Maryland State Library Agency and also pursue funding from other state agencies. So we've been very focused on that as the most obvious and clearest path to securing a significant amount of funding for the project. The total, and with the match from the county, so just under $8 million for the project, is what we have estimated, what the architects have provided as the cost we're likely to incur with all the upgrades for the mechanical and also for the renovation of the spaces to open them up to be suitable for a library. But we also know that we want to do more than just the minimum. We want it to be a really amazing modern library space for the public. And that's why we put together a foundation and a capital campaign, and are going to be looking at other sources of grants, federal and state, in future cycles that we could apply towards this project.
And I know the Board of Public Works cut $149 million about 6 weeks ago from the budget that was already approved. So we could assume that we're in for a much more significant haircut for the state going forward. I guess, so just for clarity on there, what happens if we don't get this grant or others? Are we, do you feel confident enough that you have other pots of funding or that we can snowball the funds?
Yeah, and I want to share that I feel very confident that we're going to receive full funding from the Maryland State Library Capital Fund. They do have $7.5 million designated, earmarked in the legislative code that they're required to expend on public library projects. They often and usually receive a lot more in supplemental funding, But I believe that Wicomico is a special case. This is a very unprecedented agreement that we've reached with Salisbury University that's perceived widely as to the mutual benefit of so many parties in this community. And also, we're also a community that has received so little state funding from this source that our application, I am confident, rose to the top in terms of what their priorities should be.
It's, all right, so this is, all those in favor of the amendment to this resolution that Joe has recommended, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Yeah, opposed.
Opposed? Aye.
I'm sorry.
I'm opposing.
This is on the amendment. Are you in favor of the amendment?
Oh,
or
no,
opposed?
no, sorry.
Okay, and no. Okay, chair votes no. So the amendment to Resolution 93, 2024 does not pass. Any other further discussion on Resolution 93, 2024? All those in favor of Resolution 93, 2024, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes aye. Resolution 93, 2024 passes 5-2. Thank you very much. We appreciate your being here today, Mr. Kirchberger.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ms. Solon.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item for business is resolution number 122-2024. This is approving the revised bylaws for the Wicomico County School Building Commission, and you have Mr. Bunky Luffman, Director of Administration, and Ms. Amanda Pollock here if you have any questions.
Entertain a motion from council to approve Resolution 122, 2024. Second?
Second.
Discussion. Good morning. How are you, Ms.
Good morning. Yeah, thanks
It's
for
Pollock.
having us.
Right,
Yes.
yes, thanks.
Yes, I'm here today as the chair of the School Building Commission. I've actually served on School Building Commission for 8 years and in a leadership role for the last 5. I've been the chair for the last 3 years. And I'm a product of Wicomico County Public Schools from kindergarten through high school, so it's been an honor for me to serve on this commission. So today we're here to present some revisions to our bylaws. The bylaws were last amended in 2016, so it's been a little while. So we wanted to update them with some of the practices that we're currently doing. So there are a few minor wording edits, but I did want to highlight a couple of the major changes. So we have proposed to have elections be held in the September meeting. It's typically been August, but sometimes we don't have August meetings, but typically meetings are always held in September. We also added in provisions that meetings could be held in person or online. We typically hold our meetings in person, but through the pandemic, we had to hold some online meetings, so we wanted to have that officially in the bylaws. We also added in a provision that we could have an email vote, which again, we don't prefer to do email voting. We prefer to vote at our meetings, but in the event that there is something urgent, we wanted to have that provision. And then also, we wanted to specify that the 5 at-large members could designate a proxy if they're not able to attend a meeting so that someone would have their vote. And then the 4 county positions, which is 1 person from the county council, 1 person from the executive's office, 1 person from the superintendent's office, and then 1 member of the Board of Education, that they could actually send an alternative member to be at the meetings and vote if that's necessary, if they're not able to attend. So those are the changes to the bylaws.
Yes.
I don't agree with the email vote. That's the one thing that I don't think I would agree with on that. I mean, I could log on my brother's computer and send an email. That's my concern.
Any comments in reference? I know it's you've had the advantage to review this. Any questions or concerns about it as a whole?
Yeah.
All those in favor of Resolution 122, 2024, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Resolution passes. Thank you very much, Amanda. Thank you, Mr. Luffman.
Happy birthday, Amanda.
Next is resolution number 123-2024. This is the bond resolution for the Fruitland Primary School design/construction.
Entertain a motion from council to approve Resolution 123, 2024. Second.
Second.
Discussion. Ms. Solon?
This is finishing the process that we started back in June. We are slated to go to New York next week to meet with the rating agencies And then we would do the sale of the bonds on if this passes today, we would do the sale of the bonds on the second meeting of October, which, like we've done the last several years, council would have their regular session, but then we would have to come back into session once we've gotten all the earnest money and that kind of stuff. This time, we only have one set of bonds. Last couple years, we've had both taxable and non-taxable, so that has extended the period of time for putting together all the documents and making sure we've got our earnest money. But this time, we only have the one set, so hopefully it would be a relatively quick turnaround to come back to council on that afternoon.
And we'll most likely be going to the bond market well after the interest rate adjustment within the
That's
next
supposed
couple
to be in the next day or two, so yes. So again, we will be going to the market. We will be presenting to S&P and Moody's on Tuesday next week. They will then have conferences based on the information that we provided. They will then announce what they think of our rating, whether or not, and all indications are that we will stay where we are, which is AA+. Would I love us to go to AAA? Yes. I think we have one big hiccup against us on that is that's revenue cap. We have no ability to tax our way out of a hole. And but I'm just stating what the bond market has stated to us in the past. But, so they would then come out with their ratings at the beginning of October. We will issue our POS. We will then, I'm blanking on what that day is. Is that the 15th of October, Laura? Because I don't have a calendar in front of me, sorry. The 15th of October, we will have a period of time that anyone who would like to bid on our bonds will provide us bids. It will close, and as such, then we will award that after we know that they have provided their earnest money, that they are who they say they are, and follow all the details.
Yeah, thank you. You know, except for the year we didn't go to the bond market, and I forget what year that was, 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. Every finance director that's sat in your place has made the comment about the revenue cap, saying, this is against us, this is against us, you know. So far, it's not hurt us. We've always been able to borrow money at a reasonable rate. I don't think the revenue cap's hurt us. And the other comment is, I can't say just exactly your words, but you can't tax yourself out. You can't tax yourself into prosperity either. When you take money
No,
from the
you
citizens.
can't. You can't.
So you can tax yourself into prosperity?
No, what I'm saying is you can't tax yourself into prosperity, but what you can do is give you the ability to create a tax that can keep you out of a hole. Mm-hmm. Again, I am repeating what has been stated to me personally, and so I was trying to give the council that I expect us to stay at AA+.
I always thought the agency said that they liked the revenue cap because it demonstrated conservative restraint and fiscal responsibility. I mean, I thought that's what that was their statement.
They also state the other side. They're good at stating both sides of an issue for why they won't, why they are affirming the rating that they currently have, but also why they won't give you a different rating than what you currently have.
Josh?
Just so it said, we can always keep the cap and fix the cap, which might fix the rigidity problem, which I'm assuming that our bond folks may not like. So I'd love to see that happen.
That's a state of,
but that's just
another day. And that's my fault. I should not have brought up the revenue cap. I did state it, but I just wanted council to be aware that this is what I'm going into next week with, is the impression that we just received a rating. Fitch is the third entity. Fitch is not one that we go to anymore. But because we have bonds that are rated by Fitch, we still have to keep them up to date. We actually had a call with them a couple weeks ago, and they did just issue a ratings upgrade for us, but they put their rate, they have always been one tick behind everybody else. They have always had us at AA. They put us at AA+. So all three of our ratings, we are not going to Fitch this time, so we're not looking for anything different, but that one is now all three of our ratings for our debt are currently at AA+, or the equivalent of what AA+ is for the company.
All those in favor of Resolution 123, 2024, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried, resolution passes. Thank you, Ms. Owen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Resolution Number 124-2024. This is approving the submission of nominees to the Director of the State Department of Assessment and Taxation for consideration for supervisor. The county executive has submitted the names of Kimberly Klug, Chelsea Hogue, Catherine Hovance, Diane Lawns, Lines, thank you, and Jessica Turner as nominees for the position of Supervisor of Assessments.
Entertain a motion from council to approve Resolution 124, 2024. Move. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Anybody have any discussion or questions on the nominees? Yes, Bob?
This has nothing to do with the resolution per se. I think council may know this, but the director of the Assessments and Taxation Office for the state of Maryland is Daniel Phillips, and Mr. Phillips is a county resident. He's a Wicomico County resident. And to the extent that the council didn't know that, I thought the council should know that the council that the state has two members of its the governor's staff are residents of Wicomico County, and Mr. Phillips is one of them.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Are we going to interview these folks, or the interview process, or anything? Or?
When we discussed this with Mr. Phillips, he said it was up to us. So what we did was we did a screening, and these five we thought had all the things that the state wanted. So he said we did not have to do an interview. It's certainly something we could.
Yeah, Joe, and I thought about that when I was reading the biographies, but in reading the biographies, I felt rather confident that the choices that were made were very good choices. So the option is on the table, but I felt that to expedite this matter, we could move forward with it. I know I personally was happy with those who were presented.
I have a question.
Well, let me ask you this: if we approve one of these people today, and we see them on the street tomorrow, are we going to even know who they are?
We're approving the five.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If we, are we even going to know who they are? So we're sitting here approving people that we've never met. We don't know, anything.
You have the option to make an amendment, or
Yeah.
you have the option to make a motion to postpone or to table if you want to.
Well, okay, I'll make that amendment. Postpone it at the table to interviews. It's probably not going to go anywhere, but anyway.
All right, what was the motion to postpone? Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion second. All right, discussion on postponing.
For the purposes of interviews and meeting these people.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we're hiring somebody. We usually
I
offer
agree.
that.
I understand. I understand.
How
We're not,
are they
though.
chosen?
That's what I was-
We're not
Application, or-
we're not hiring anyone. The state would interview these five people,
Well,
and they'll have the final.
Same difference, yeah.
We're making a recommendation that these five fit their criteria.
But how did these five people,
It
did they
shows.
apply, or did we
Yes.
reach out to them and thought they were good choices? Or?
That two, I believe, were internal candidates, including the acting, and then HR advertised, and we got some resumes.
Any other questions? Yes, Judge.
I just think I don't know that I could add anything. I don't know that I could come up with questions good enough to know whether or not, I mean, just by looking at what they've achieved and where they've been working and for the length of service that they've had, I think that all generally looks okay. I would agree that it's always good to take time to talk with folks we're bringing forward who impact something that's so extraordinarily vital, including, the assessment, obviously, of property, and how much that affects an individual paycheck or pocketbook. But for this specific situation, I feel confident that, at least in this situation, that the folks that are here look like they've done, they've achieved a lot. But to Mr. Holloway's point, I don't know if I'd know them if I saw them walking on the street, or at least three of them.
There's a lot more to it than just what's on a piece of paper as far as resume. I mean, people have resume writers that, make them look good. And then, the idea, my thoughts are, you sit down in front of somebody and talk with them, and, the attitude, their personality. You don't want to be hiring somebody that's I don't know, what do you want to call it, mean and nasty, or put it that way. So that's why I'm recommending that we meet with these folks, really. So,
I have a question, and I will always ask this question. When we do these things, do we have any minorities on there? And, I mean, my community asks me that, like, they want to know why we don't have more minority department heads. So when you choose this, you should seek out the minority community through the NAACP, through the churches, when you're making these appointments, and let people know that these vacancies are available. You could ask me or anybody, you know, and then I would go ahead and ask someone. But if we just see everything as from the white community, and you're not the only ones living in this community, we have a very diverse community, and we need to reflect our community. And you can pass that on to the executive. We need to reflect. We have Hispanics, we got Haitians, we got blacks, Asian. We need to reflect when we do things of our community.
Are any of these minorities? I mean, we don't know, right?
I didn't interview them, so that's not listed on their application that I'm aware of.
Well, no,
One is.
So, is it?
One is. Joe, anybody else?
I mean, you're saying you didn't interview them, so how come the names are here if you didn't interview
We
them?
screened the applications to meet the criteria the state gave us.
Okay, so you all didn't interview these folks either?
That we did not interview them.
So we're sending 5 names up to the state to be that came from you to this council to go to the state, and you've never met these people? I can't believe that.
I've met one of them, but the director said that we could screen or we could interview, but he has the opening right now with an acting, so we decided we would screen it with the state doing the interviews. It's a state position.
I think somebody needs to be responsible enough to interview them.
Mrs. Hurley, I need a point of clarification, if you don't mind. The motion is to postpone. Usually that requires, I guess, maybe a date for the postponement. How are we going to make a postponement on a resolution to vote on it at a later date, not knowing at this point in time exactly if this were to pass, when the interviews might be held? So for this particular amendment or this particular motion to postpone, is this something we need to put into like the second meeting in November? And is that going to, whether it complicates things or not, I don't think that matters, but to allow us that interim period of time to hold a work session to interview these people?
I mean, my suggestion is, today's, September the 17th,
Right.
I would think that we should be able to coordinate interviews for the October 15th meeting. That's 30 days out. So if you did a motion postpone to October the 15th, I can coordinate the interviews on that day.
We could do some the second too, couldn't we? Or the first meeting in the month.
Well, I think sometimes the postponement requires to the next meeting, but I'm not too sure. I would
But you
rather,
can postpone to a certain date.
all right, I would feel more comfortable if we postponed it to no later than, let's say, the second meeting in November, to allow us that leeway.
Okay.
Is that going to make any complication? Is there a deadline for the state?
I would have to talk to Mr. Phillips, but I will.
I mean, ultimately, they have an acting in the position.
Yes.
And so I do not know state how long somebody can stay in an acting role, but they have someone in an acting role at the moment.
Okay, all right. Then I would say, Joe, I don't know if you want to clarify your amendment to actually create the date, which would be.
So am I postponing this, or
It is a postponement. It would be a postponement.
postpone to October 15th so we can do interviews with the applicants?
I think
I
he
think-
said November.
Yeah, he's looking at November
I'm
the
thinking
19th.
October's going to be a lot more full than Mrs.
Okay.
Hurley has suggested.
November 19th?
The first meeting in November is the 5th. The second meeting is the 19th.
Okay, postpone until November 19th.
That's acceptable to the, Shane, you made the second. That's acceptable. Shane?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Yes, sorry.
All right, well, continuing on with the motion to postpone. Any other discussion? I thought that there had been interviews done. All those in favor of postponing resolution, where are we? Help me out.
24.
124, thank you. All those in favor of postponing resolution 124, 2024, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Resolution 124, 2024 has been postponed
I do
until
have-
second meeting in November.
I do have one point of clarification. Are you asking both administration, HR, for us to do an interview, or you just are going to put them in a closed session to interview
That's
them?
strictly your option as to whether you want to make an initial interview, but I know that the council wants to have an interview themselves to
Okay.
make sure they're qualified. So it's open to however the administration wants to handle it on their end as
Okay.
well. Okay? If you don't mind, though, we can personally arrange to meet with these individuals without your permission. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just want to make sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Joe. Next item on the, thank you, Mr. Luffman.
Next for your consideration is Resolution Number 125-2024. This is amending the fiscal year 2025 operating budget and position control document, Exhibit E, to reflect the salary increase of position 100122 for the Department of Planning, Zoning, and Community Development.
Entertain a motion from council to approve Resolution 125, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 125, 2024, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Resolution passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Owen.
That's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Ms. Chattel, how are you? Where are you? There you are. Entertain a motion from council to approve Resolution 127, 2024. Second.
Second.
Discussion. Good to see you. You've been
Good
very
morning.
busy. You've been very busy. Yeah.
Thank you. So have you guys. Okay. All right, so my name is Anjali Chattel, CPA, the Internal Auditor, here to present Resolution Number 127, 2024, accepting the Wicomico County Workplace Culture Audit Follow-Up Report. Okay, and you guys already approved the discussion, so.
Sure.
Good morning again. Okay, so the Office of the Internal Auditor performed a follow-up to the workplace culture audit that was dated March 24th, 2021. That was that report date from the past. The focus of this exercise was to evaluate the adequacy of procedures and controls in place. The objectives were to gain an understanding and quantify the workplace perception of various attributes that contribute to workplace culture, to analyze feedback from the workforce on measures that may improve the workplace culture, and to make recommendations if appropriate. I asked HR to rank rate culture risk factors, and then I also reviewed turnover statistics for county employees and the results of a survey that the HR department conducted. I was not provided the optional comments that were part of that survey that the HR department conducted. So looking at some of the data, the turnover, the annual turnover, it decreased, but some department units had rates that were higher than 20%. And then in terms of the survey, just because there was a little bit of complication, I just want to make sure you understand what I did. I removed counts where the participants selected the neutral option, which could have been phrased as the word neutral or sometimes or neither agrees or disagrees. So I eliminated those just to compare the more positive, strongly or whatever, and then strongly the other direction.
The departments that were over 20%, could you state that?
Yes.
You're talking about 20%, over 20% turnover?
Over 20% turnover. So for the ones, so I did the turnover statistics for 2021, which was from that first audit report, and then 2023, which was when mine was conducted. So the ones that had 20%, over 20% in both of those years were planning and zoning. That's the first one. The second, corrections. Third, local management board, and also fourth, emergency services. In addition, units with 20% or higher in just 2023, but not in that 2021 time frame, were orphans, court, purchasing, HR, health department, and solid waste.
Yeah.
How would that compare to 10 years ago?
I didn't look at 10 years, but I can if you would like me to. I can follow up.
I don't think without a lot of trouble, but I mean, it just seems like, I know it might be a lot of problem, I don't know. Did we have an internal auditor that did that 10 years ago?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
The first culture audit was, I believe, that 2021.
All right.
It'd be good in 10 years from now that we have that.
We know it's different now than it was then anyway.
Yes. Okay, so regarding the survey, 212 people participated in the survey, and just there were multiple days that the survey was
sent out to different employees. So I don't actually have like the exact number of employees on that date, but I looked at as of today on September 17, 2024, there were 566 full-time employees and 20 benefit eligible ones. And so I think that was the pool that was used for the survey. So the part-time variable or seasonal employees were not included in the survey. So I concluded that the survey found the employees viewed many topics favorably. However, there were 13 questions that I flagged as looking at for making recommendations for improvements. So I made 3 recommendations based on 13 of those questions, where the respondents, where 20% of the respondents answered the more negative option, or where the question didn't have a positive or negative option. So for instance, like what was the mode of communication that was preferred? There wasn't really a scale on that, but there was so much activity in the different options that the participants selected that was flagged as something to look deeper at for the preferred methods of communication. The recommendations focused on compliance and harassment prevention, employee recognition, and then communication channels. And just to note, this report does not set forth legal requirements around harassment, and nothing is legal advice. So I encourage you to consult with the council attorney and the county attorney as needed and if needed. So. The report contains additional information, and I'll post the report in the usual way if you approve this by resolution. And I want to give a special thanks to the Human Resources Department for conducting the survey, working with me on the results, as well as all the county employees that participate in this. Like for every answer that has like a negative, like in a way it's that there's that trust that the employee could be honest in giving that answer. I'm glad to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions from council members? Joe?
I really don't have any questions. Good job on this. I just want to point out, I'm going to use solid waste as an example. Turnover has crept up from 8% in 2020 to 23% in 2023. It's almost 3 times as much, you know. Corrections, of course, we know the problems there. We're competing with the state, and every other, it just seems like there's chaos out here with the employees, with them not being happy. I don't know how much of that you heard. People are real reserved about who they talk to a lot of times, but I know myself and some of the other council members have heard some of the issues that's going on. So, when you triple the amount of turnover just in one department, there's a problem.
You mentioned harassment. What was your?
Yeah, so this is my most strongest recommendation, and again, this is not legal advice, but there were several questions that I think go to the feeling, the harassment concerns. Some of the questions were specifically on point. Have you experienced harassment? Have you witnessed harassment? And 24.5 participants or respondents experienced harassment. 32.1 witnessed harassment in the county. Percent. And that's the comparing the stronglys or the, I think for that question it was, let me just confirm that it was those two. I think we did them as yes, no. Let me just double check. Yeah, so it was strictly a yes, no question for those two. So that was pretty significant, I feel. And so in the images, I show the promotions and pay raises. And even though one might not initially think that has something to do with harassment, like if there's some sort of unfair practices in the raises or in the promotions, then that might be something else. So to look at it as part of this all-encompassing area of compliance and harassment. The audit report, the follow-up report has some links to some checklists on the EEOC website. That's the U.S. government's Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. And the HR department has this report as well with some of those links so that they can work on that. And in the department response, they noted that they have some updates to the Chapter 8 Personnel Manual. In their response, it says, which has not been fully presented to council yet. So
what's the recommendation when you have 24% harassment and 82% witnessing harassment? What's your conclusion as far as the resolution?
Excellent question. So I think that there should be a policy implemented regarding the regular compliance and harassment training. So the key word there is on regular. The county does do, when employees come on board, there is some training on that, but then to do some reinforcing of that training, whether there's an annual training on that, and then when something doesn't seem quite in compliance, that the people get trained on how to do things right, like when management gets trained again on how to do things right, or how to do things in compliance, I should say. In addition, routinely evaluating and modifying that training as necessary. So, like if you look at the third recommendation was regarding communication and equitable communication. So maybe the compliance and harassment training isn't tailored to all the different employees and all the different departments. So doing that routine evaluation of the training to make it more effective for specific departments as needed. And then there's other structural principles in the EEOC checklist. So I only highlighted a couple of items, but there could be more in there that the HR department or the executive office or management generally might want to incorporate into their practices.
Thank you. Any other?
Yeah, I've got one. John's talking about the bullying. I'm hung up on the turnover.
Yeah.
Is there an industry standard in, I won't use solid waste as an example, but as far as county government, is there an industry standard for turnover rates? You look at 8%, that kind of sounds like a lot in a way, but then when you look at 23%, is there a standard that a county can expect to have in the turnover rate?
So I looked at the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics for state and local governments, excluding education, nationwide, they have monthly separation rates, which were 1.2 to 2.3. And it's not a direct tie to the statistics that for the quarterly turnover, but it seemed like it was in range.
So you're saying 1.2% or 2?
1.2 to 2.3%
turnover rate.
Separation rates, okay. Monthly separation rates. That's the phrasing they used. I'm not a statistician.
Are they including retirees in that, I wonder, or just people that are quitting because they're not satisfied and not enough pay or whatever?
I can't recall exactly. I can look into it.
No, it's fine. I just know this isn't right. I'm not saying your figures are wrong. When you have that kind of you've got an issue when you have 23% turnover rate.
In a specific department, right? Yeah. It's a concern. But I think that if we look at, the HR and the management may have other ideas as well, but I think that looking at implementing some of these recommendations may help. So there could be more that they needed to help.
We don't even have that rate on the council.
Very good work. Very good work. All those in favor of Resolution 127, 2024, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Resolution passes. Thank you very much, Angie.
Thank you.
Very good.
Great work, yeah.
Good work.
Morning, Mr. Benson.
Resolution number 2024-08 is an act to add Chapter 163 of the Wicomico County Code titled Invasive Bamboo Control Act to establish regulations on controlling invasive bamboo. The purpose of this, this is here for introduction. The purpose of this is to provide a definition for invasive bamboo, which is a specific species of bamboo. And I'm going to mess up the Latin name, but it's genus Philostachys.
Philostachys.
I was close.
It's good.
So it's a specific variety of bamboo that has been designated as being invasive. And this would prohibit the sale of that species of bamboo, and it would prohibit anyone in Wicomico County from planting the bamboo. It then has a public education initiative. What is not in here and what the council indicated in a work session it did not want is it did not want to have any regulation / penalties. And at this point, this is basically prohibiting it from sale and planting and providing education, but it does not have any penalty provisions included.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Benson. Benson is the Latin for Benson, right? Thanks.
It's easier to say than.
Entertain a motion to introduce legislative bill number 2024-08. Second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I'm gonna say no on this. I tell you, I been going around the neighborhood talking to folks, and one of the things that bothered me about the work session we had is when it was said that this is a good first step. What this is a first step in trying to control people's property rights. Laura, you got some pictures. I took some pictures of some pasture that I have, and we're talking about, and I know the states said this is an invasive species. Okay, if you see that right there, that's a piece on the edge of the woods tree line in my pasture. I mowed that in June down to about an inch tall, and that's a sweet gum tree. So in 2 or 3 months, that tree has grown that much. If I don't mow that twice a year, that tree has invaded my pasture. That's invasive. We'll go to the next one. Okay, same thing, just a different location. Okay, go to the next one. Okay, that's an oak. So we've got sweet gum, we've got oak. That oak is probably 8-10 inches high now. And I mowed that in June. Go to the next one. That's pine. Okay, so in a matter of, now I will say this, I'm not sure I got that close to the woods mowing, but that came up within the past 6 months or so. Okay. And that's another picture of the sweet gum. And that's since June, since they've grown that much. You know, the thing, is there any more? Mm-hmm. Is that it? Okay, that's pine again. They're probably a year or two old, a couple year old.
That's your last one.
Yeah, the same thing. So anyway, you know, if you don't take care of your property, it's good. It's going to get invaded by some kind of plants, whether it's gum, pine, you know, bamboo. I don't know where, you know, why this was. Apparently, it was somebody upset because somebody's had bamboo on their property, and then it started on. All they have to do is mow their lawn, cut it down. And if we put this into action, you know, the next step is going to be coming along trying to enforce it. There's a lot of people that's got bamboo on their property probably didn't even know they got it on their property. So I can't support. You can't support this.
I think that, you know, from the work session we held, Josh has backed this off a lot. We're not worrying about the growth on an existing property. Couldn't care less. The council's already said we are not going to enforce that at all, and we have to worry about what we're going to make this council decisions are going to be today. And this bill is strictly on selling and planting.
I understand what it's on, but they also said this is a great first step.
Well,
And
what
that's the
about
part,
step
that's the
two?
part that bothered me, because when they do this, they're going to come back and want more the next time. So
Save your slideshow. If it comes up next year, you're already ahead of the game. Josh?
Yeah, I appreciate it. And just so everyone knows, I'll just be the 30-second recap of it. This was, the state of Maryland said, hey, counties can go forward and regulate this. That's why it went to the Wicomico Natural Resources Conservation Advisory Committee, of which I'm a member. So that's how they wanted to bring it forward, as something we should consider. Obviously, as everyone here knows, the lower shore especially, but the eastern shore in general, invasive species spread really easily here, and not just plants, but obviously animal species. We've got some of our rivers are currently 95% choked with blue catfish and you name it, another. So, but this specifically, we had a lot of good discussion about it, and I think everyone here also knows, bamboo's good for holding water and things like that. So it's mosquito breeding ground. It's when it blocks out anything else. When it grows, it blocks out anything from growing that's native. And of course, things like squeak gum are actually native. That is a native species, and you do want those to grow. We just don't want things like this to grow. It brings with it invasive pests also that recognize it from their homeland in Japan or Asia or wherever they might be. So that's why we want to make sure that we can get rid of this. But we intentionally have tried to follow exactly what the state has allowed us to do, sticking with this particular species, or this particular, from the genus, this particular species. So just trying to keep it simple, eliminate the growth of it. It is, as you all know, it is insidious. It is not just aggressive. It is invasive, and what makes an invasive species different from an aggressive species, one that grows really well, is the difference of there's no natural predator. So it will continue to grow unless it is confined. Now, we had a lot of discussion about that. The thought was, do we try to put a penalty towards doing this? Some sort of enforcement mechanism. We've pulled back that completely. I think I heard Mr. Baker and others are saying, no, we feel like we're treading on shaky ground. So let's just be very clear. This is something we don't like. This is something we are saying here in Wicomico County. We do not want to have this here because it only further hurts our broader environment, and it only makes it harder for neighbors who, when it goes onto a neighboring property, it just keeps on going. So we just basically want to say, at least keeping it simple. And I talked to we met with the Conservation and Natural Resources Advisory Committee. They said that they are good with this as a pared down version, but above all else, we really need to start taking all invasive species into a much greater account with trying to control them as much as we can, because we spent a lot of money as a county trying to address that in Pemberton Park and others. If you want to see a park that is absolutely overrun with invasive species, go to go down to what's the one next to next to the Water Place Park. If you walk through the paths, you'll see the vines of it. So this may not be the most, this bamboo may not be the most aggressive that I'm worried about. Things like wisteria or ivy are pretty awful, but this is something that the state of Maryland said we should be addressing, and it is really awful, and it's very hard to get rid of. And we heard Mr. Adkins speak very clearly about that. I know I've spent a lot of time down there. Yeah, so this takes all enforcement out of it and just basically says, hey, we don't want to plant it. So we're not selling it, we're not planting it, and then if you do want resources, we can point you in the direction of the University of Maryland Extension. They do a lot of great work, especially with the ag community that I'm around, that trying to make sure that they have the resources available to know how to get rid of something that is unwanted there. So this is a very pared back version, but at least it shows that Wicomico County is starting to take invasive species really seriously. So I'll leave that.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate that. All those in favor?
Wait a minute, John.
I really want to move forward.
I've got a question. Who's going to enforce that they shouldn't sell it or plant it?
We can, if we do find something that is currently we're not even going in that direction. We're not even trying to.
This is the law we're making.
Yep.
We're going to deputize Josh.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I'll be.
And I got another question. You said they bring in pests. What are those pests that they bring in? I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, no, they do so Japanese beetles.
John wants to get going.
And things like that.
Okay.
But yeah.
I really do have just one question, and I haven't really said a whole lot. And it's on section C, Josh. It says allowing invasive bamboo.
Oh, that's not it. Yeah.
Am I in the wrong section?
Yeah, this is the one.
Okay.
That's the old.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's the state law. So that was.
This is exactly what you were saying.
Yeah.
All right, I was looking at.
Yep. So we got rid of all that.
The state's not good yet.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Good?
Yeah.
All those in favor of the introduction of legislative bill number 2024-08, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes aye. Introduction of legislative bill number 2024-08 passes 6-1. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mr. Benson. At this time, we open the floor for public comments. If you have any comments you'd like to make, please come to the podium, state your name, your county of residence, and your concerns. And it is still morning, so.
Good morning, Mike Goldberg, Wicomico County. I wish to share with y'all a op-ed that was written by a local citizen, and I will quote it. I once voted for the county executive form of government. I made a mistake. Initially, the county executive position was to run day-to-day business, collaborate with the council to improve the flow of government, and be transparent to the citizens. Governed by our charter, executives were to make the flow of government more efficient, not run roughshod over the council, employees, and ignore citizen concerns. Few restrictions on abuses of power or repercussions for unethical actions were put in place, allowing kingdom building and self-promotion instead of cooperation, which prevents the smooth running of our county. Council members are restricted from interacting with employees, so all information must come through the executive, allowing facts to be hidden or misconstrued. Without executive cooperation, the council can be handicapped by the executive when open communication is essential to making informed decisions. Executives may fire any county employee at will, resulting in yes men, fearful of losing their jobs instead of true advisors. No public meetings are required of the executive, so transparency becomes a catchphrase and not a reality, opening multiple ways to benefit private concerns. The executive position has harmed, not improved, our way of life. Under this form of government, we've experienced deteriorating services such as removal of recycling bins and roads, increased fees, increased employee turnover, and more citizen complaints. This office continues to expand by adding multiple assistants, secretaries, lawyers, revolving office decor, and high-priced vehicles. This year, costs skyrocketed when the executive decided to sue the council, all paid for by your taxpayer dollars. The argument that we need the executive for a balance of power is flawed. Our present system is not a balance, but a dictatorship that ignores any checks and balances on abuse of power. Council members are from different areas of the county with 7 different life experiences, give a far better chance of wiser decision-making process, and are less like to be tainted by personal gain than with one person making decisions on their whims or on requests from campaign contributors. The county executive's actions speak volumes on how little respect that is for taxpayers and our elected representatives. Therefore, I hope and pray citizens vote to delete the position of county executive and return to the form of government that served Wicomico County well for over 100 years. Folks, there's a reason that only 16% of counties across the nation have an executive form of government, and that the council manager form of government is the fastest growing form of government. Nothing is more fearsome to liberty than power concentrated in a single person. We must end the recurring abuses of power and vote for question A. And don't forget to tune in to Open Agenda on PAC 14. Thank you.
Mr. Goldberg.
Good morning. My name's Joe White. I'm a resident of Wicomico County. And thank you for the time. I'm going to ask you to bear with me. I'd like to review 3 different topics, but I promise, tie them together before I'm done, before the next 3 minutes. We just witnessed today the next step in the library process. And for the record, I really do hope that this county, in a fiscally responsible way, can get a library that we deserve. I want that to be said. I'm not in love with this process. Ms. Pam Oland, who's the Director of Finance, during the conversation to fund Fruitland Primary School, many times in the work session, referenced that you cannot plan out many years on a CIP. I've listened to Mr. Hastings many times beg for better CIP. Mr. Hastings is correct. We're not following that path. When you look at the liquor bill that went to Annapolis in January, the council was very upset with the task force at times with the fact that in April of 2023, they decided on a hybridization model, yet they did not convey that until the last minute. So I promised to tie in what I witnessed here at these county council meetings and on PAC 14 is a very last-minute decision to move forward with this library in May. I walked into this county council meeting, I saw reserved seats. I do not have a reserved seat here. I don't think any group should have a reserved seat here other than everyone behind that table. Then it was proceeded, it was moved forward, and then at a different meeting, Mike Dunn, who is the president of the Greater Salisbury Committee, stood at this podium, not during the work session, and thanked the council for moving this forward. In his comments that I have on record, he states that this process for the library had been an 18-month process. Then if it was an 18-month process, why did you all find out about it in May? So here's what I want to caution you against, because we're going to hope Mr. Seth Hirschberger's right. I'm worried that he might not be, okay? If you're going to admonish someone for last-minute details with a liquor bill, if you're going to admonish someone for having a lackluster CIP, then hold them accountable to having a better plan. You just allowed the library to spend $330,000 in next year's budget. But in Parsonsburg right now, we have a building that the taxpayers paid for, and they're halfway to having it renovated. I'm tired of having my tax dollars tied up in other people's investments. I'm in business for myself, and when I want to invest in something, it comes out of my pocket. Thank you.
Mr. White?
Good morning, Robert Taylor, county and city resident. I'm going to hopscotch. I see you've taken the matters about the Ross and the Horizon program off of the agenda. I understand the Ross because there were legal questions raised, some by me. But the work session I do not understand. This is a matter of time is of the essence here. It's up to the 3-year limit. It's supposed to be reviewed by the end of this month, and there's no reason why that can't be put on and held right now, today, for a start on the work session. No need to postpone it. That's not what I'm here to talk about primarily. I'm here to talk about what is a very excellent piece in this week's Salisbury Independent, and it's not by somebody named Taylor. It's by Dr. Bazehart from the university. The county executive government, how did it happen? I want to thank Dr. Bazehart first for his excellent piece, and secondly, saving me 5 or 6 hours of writing time because I had been researching the data that he has in his article, and it would have taken me probably at least 4 hours to get it in as good a form as has it. There is one little thing. I love to correct the professors. I got in trouble in high school and college for that, where I went to law school, same as Mr. Wilbur. It was encouraged. You could argue with your profs. But he mentions that after we had that big tax increase 25 years ago, the rate was $2.71. That's true. He's technically correct. But they changed the assessment method. Back in that time, they took your total assessment and reduced it by a fraction. And it was that lower amount that they based the taxes on in your tax rate. They changed that about 20 years ago to the full assessment method. So the tax rate decreased for that reason. So the 271 is technically correct at the time, but it needs clarification. The other thing I would say on his piece, he kind of stops it at 2004 when we passed the executive system. As Paul Harvey said, and I'm here to say it, now's the rest of the story. The rest of the story is the intervening 18 years. Got 45 seconds. I don't have enough time to summarize it, but I will tell you probably the most significant part. Our last Charter Review Commission in 2021. The council charged it with looking at the entire charter. They said on the county executive, we're not going to do that because the voters voted it in and they should have the say on it. So, thank you for putting it on the ballot for this November for referendum so the voters can have a say on it again. Now, Dr. Basehart's piece, I'm going to give it to Laura. It should be, frankly, copied and sent to everybody on the council today, and I think it should be posted on the website. He's not arguing one way or another. He's stating the facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Any other public comments?
Jim Atkins, Wicomico County. Just want to commend the council and Councilman Hastings for the bamboo change and resolution. It's something that can be worked with. Most of the people who have bamboo do try to get rid of it. They didn't need to be fined. They didn't need to be threatened. A great example, in my opinion, of a legislation that was brought before the public for public comments. The public was able to state their views, and Councilman Hastings and others, Mr. Benson, went back and changed it and fixed it so it's something to work with. I think it's a great example of a word that's often used, transparency. We could see what was happening, we could talk about it, and a compromise was reached, and everyone should be happy with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Any other public comments? Seeing none, council comments. Shane?
I'm going to try not to be too lengthy, but here it goes. So sometimes I get carried away on Facebook, but I put something on Facebook the other day, and I said that there was a cult in Wicomico County. So the definition of cult is a group requiring unwavering devotion to a set of beliefs and practices which are considered deviant outside the norms of society. Now, I made no mention of who these people were, didn't call out any groups, didn't call out any names, although it was stated on Facebook that I called out the Delmarva Conservative Group. I encourage anybody to go looking to see if that's true. I didn't call them out. Again, mention no names. But when we talk about, I'm going to read that again. A cult is a group requiring unwavering devotion to a set of beliefs and practices which are considered deviant outside the norms of society. Now I'm going to read you what myself and many of these council members have been through over the 2-year period. So just bear with me. Got a phone call last night. This lady, I'm not going to mention any names. She is a friend, somebody I highly respect. She got a piece of hate mail. Now, she's in politics. She got a piece of hate mail delivered to her home. 2 of the councilmen that are sitting up here with me today have gotten letters sent to their home. No names attached. I'll let them tell you guys about the letter. Jeff Merritt sitting here beside me, someone who I highly respect. I think Jeff does more for the community than probably anybody in this community. Jeff was accused this week on Facebook of possibly handling monies from a widow of a fallen police officer that may have not been correct. He can address that. Let's see, what else do I have here? My job, I'm not going to tell anybody where I work or what I do, although some know it. Some in this group have called my job and tried to get me in trouble, up to 3 times now. All unfounded, didn't do anything wrong. Let's see, what else? Constantly posting about me having a beer on my boat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's true. Have I had a beer on my boat? Yes, I've had a beer on my boat. Me and Mr. Atkins, I invited him to go to the Ocean City Air Show with me. We pulled out in the middle of the ocean. We threw the anchor over, turned on the music, and I had a cold beer. And we sat in front of my boat for 3.5 hours. I happened to send this picture to a friend of mine who, I guess he wasn't too much of a friend, who decided to give it to somebody and post it on Facebook. I guess the county councilman's out drunk on his boat. Anybody wants to ask Mr. Mr. Atkins there if I was drunk on my boat, feel free to do so. Let's see. Mr. Holloway over there has been accused of a bribe. I believe it was investigated, unfounded. There is a citizen in here, happens to be in the room right now, I'm not going to mention his name either, that they've went after him 3 times now, tried to have him arrested for speaking out and having a voice. I saw the other day on Facebook that Mr. Cannon needs to start recusing himself from backroom deals with real estate because he's in real estate.
Didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Let's see, what else?
Page 2.
Yeah, I got 3 pages here.
Oh.
Here's another good one. I guess because I took Mr. Atkins on my boat, because I think a lot of Mr. Atkins. It was posted that, we found where they gave the money. They took the money from the Barron Creek Road project, doing Mr. Atkins a favor, and gave it to the Board of Education. And I was accused of being, I guess, a corrupt politician. Let's see what else. Oh, this is a big one that they love using against me. I don't support fire departments. I don't support EMS. I don't support police, and I don't support the state's attorney's office. Well, anybody that wants to contact Ms. Hurley, they can get this information. I voted against one thing thus far against the FOP and the sheriff's office. One. Everything else I voted for. I don't believe I voted against anything that the state's attorney's office has requested. The fire departments, I'm in their corner every day of the week. Anybody that works for a fire department knows it. Police, there again, I addressed that one. Let's see. Getting back to this, whether we want the executive form of government or not, this is my position. I may not be, and I need to disclose this. When I was running for office, I did accept an endorsement from the Delmarva Conservative Group. And I actually did that because the county executive and I were running our campaigns together, and she had made mention that she could probably help me out and get that endorsement. I didn't know any better. First time I'd ever been in politics. I took the endorsement. I always felt that I was a conservative Republican and proud of it, but maybe not as right-wing conservative as others. So what I'm saying is, I like all people. Democrat, Republican, independent, left-wing, right-wing, you can have your views. But when you go spewing lies, trying to tear people apart, trying to tear the public apart, it's sickening. And I've admitted on Facebook, and I'm admitting it to the people now. I get caught up in it because you get tired of getting beat up. I get tired of seeing these guys get beat up. I get tired of seeing the community get beat up. So what does somebody do? They lash out. But that's probably not right either. Corruption on PAC 14 and the open agenda guys. So I am on the PAC 14 committee. John and I decided to switch. I was on the library board. We just switched, 2 months ago, maybe?
Yeah.
It worked better for his schedule, worked better for mine. I've been in that building twice. Once for one meeting and once to be interviewed by the open agenda guys. No corruption there. I mean, it's not like I'm over there every day of the week. I've been there twice. Another thing, I'm not going to mention his name either, but there was an individual that used to work for the county that was pretty close to the executive. This person no longer works here anymore. I have been linked as being his best friend. Well, I'm not his best friend, but I have no problems with the guy. The guy didn't do anything wrong to me. Apparently he had a problem with the executives, whatever that was. But the moral of that story is I have nothing against the guy, and they run him through the mill on Facebook. You know, this stuff, has got to stop. They've posted about me, wrecking my truck when I was 17. Must have been alcohol involved. It wasn't. I skipped school. I was on the beach with a friend of mine. And so everybody can get a few laughs, I wrecked my truck in the ocean. We were racing on the beach. No tickets issued. Park ranger come out. It was actually in my yearbook, the guy that ran his truck in the ocean. Make a long story short, a lot of this stuff, I get caught up in it. Some others do too on Facebook. Jeff's always telling me, man, don't pay attention. I did talk to an attorney about this, and I am going to stop responding for the most part for now, because I think it's getting into a point where people's their characters are being attacked. They're being attacked. I think there's some repercussions that can happen. So I'm going to try to stay off posting as aggressive as sometimes I post. There was one more thing I wanted to say, but I forgot it. I guess it's going to have to...
Save it for next time.
I'll save it for next time.
You did pass the property tax credit. You did initiate the property tax credit.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, the property tax credit. You know, I got beat up about that. You know, they said on Facebook, well, it wasn't true that the executive was going to put it off till spring. Well, that was true. We went around, we met with the fire departments, we asked them what they wanted. They wanted the property tax break. We get elected. It's said here at the table, well, we'll move it towards the spring. I believe in that meeting, I said, look, we've told the fire companies what we're going to do. We need to do it. Whether we're going to implement it now, we can still pass it now, and it can be started in the spring. So I went to Laura and I went to John and I said, hey, how do I write my first bill? Through their help, well, we all did it. The council did it together. We wrote the bill and we got it done. The fire companies fired back at us and said, well, what about the ladies' auxiliary or the auxiliary? We said, hey, you're right. They deserve to have it too. We amended the bill. You know, I encourage everyone. Facebook's fun. I get on it. Everyone gets on it. But I encourage everyone, do your research about this vote for question A. Because I'm telling you, it's very important, in my opinion, how this turns out in November. So, I guess that's all I have.
Thanks, Gene. Any other comments? Josh?
I'll just say real quick, Ron Ryan folks, the Maryland Folk Festival starts this weekend. We'll love to have people come out. Please, it's going to be great weather for it, so we'd love to have that happen. And then also the Mission of Mercy, we did have that this past weekend. The need we have there that's free dental work for folks across the entire Delmarva Peninsula. I think they had so many folks they couldn't even get everyone in. Had to stop accepting people. But I mean, it is an incredible operation. But the need on the lower shore, especially, we have a lot of poverty here, a lot of challenges. So it's an incredible operation. I just want to say kudos to all the folks who helped run that and make that happen. So that'll be it.
Chip?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm trying not to be as long as Shane, but almost. How's that? We went to John and I went to Parsonsburg for their 100th anniversary, and I think there's an investigation going on over the theft of a proclamation. Did you call the police, John, about that? Somebody swiped John's proclamation.
We found it.
Did you find it? He got up there at the podium, and that's when you feel silly, when you can't find your proclamation that you're supposed to read. But he did a great job anyway. Delmar Heritage Days is this Saturday from 10 a. Starts at 10 a.m. They're having a tug of war across the state line, and I'm hoping to go, and I'm going to be on the Maryland side with the tallest mayor in the state of Maryland. I think he is. I'm going to be on the right side anyway.
Yeah.
So last meeting. Oh, first let me go over this letter a little bit. I'm not going to read it to you. It's Jeff and myself, and I think some others have gotten a nasty gram in the mail, I'll call it. Obviously, coming from supporters of our current county executive, I guess, being the way it's written, he would assume that. Anyway, people that do this are just gutless. They haven't got enough nerve to sign it themselves. It wasn't real threatening, but it was name calling and saying some pretty nasty things. So that's the kind of people that are involved, unfortunately, with that side of our government, I guess. But anyway, last meeting I read off a list with the help of our county council members and some of the folks that that's been here over the years that we've had a county executive. I read off a partial list of, we call them infractions. Some of them are code violations. Some of them are, I don't know whether you want to call them just common sense things that shouldn't have happened. and I'm going to say this and make it very clear, this isn't about one county executive. This is about the county executive's position and what's happened over the past 18 years since the county executive has been, form of government has been here. Probably somebody, when they hear them, can figure it out, or they can go do research. I'm sure they can go into some of the minutes and find some of this and figure out just where it came from. So I think I read 8 or 9 last week. I got 30 some on here. I'll read 8 or 9 today. At one point in time, I think I'm right on this, at the end of the year, the employees have a health plan, and if there's not a lot of money spent on health insurance, there's some rebate given back to the county that should go to the employees. And they do that, I believe, you can probably correct me, Laura, if I'm wrong, by lowering the next insurance payment a little bit. So it should go back to employees anyway. Well, that didn't happen. It was going to go to use for gym memberships, and that happened, and So anyway, another one is closed. Let's say authorize the appropriation between general classification of expenditures without notice to the council as required by Charter Section 708. Hired a director of administration without submitting the appointment for confirmation at a legislative session. Supported downzoning of farmland, which would have decreased owners' property values. Hired a lobbyist without the council's knowledge. We got introduced to him at a meeting one morning. He stood up out of the blue and said, "Hey, I'm your new lobbyist," and everybody's looking around at each other saying, "Who is this fellow?" Transferred payroll to finance without council's knowledge or approval, which was a department reorganization, which is a charter violation. Hired relatives, and I'm not talking about first cousins. Failure to inform municipalities and businesses of an increase in tipping fees. Well, they came to us in the budget, said we needed to increase tipping fees. So we increased tipping fees. Now, it was the county executive's office brought us the budget. They should have informed the municipalities and businesses of this. Of course, we got blamed for it. They came in and said, "Well, you should have done it." Well, it was their job. This one's a bad one. Sold a county-owned property to a business associate at far less than market value. I've got the settlement papers right here. Building lots at that time in Wicomico County were selling for about $50,000 or $60,000. County executive's office had come to us and said, "We've got some properties, surplus properties we need to sell. They're slivers, a little piece here, a little piece there, where they built roads and something's ended up here. We'd like to get rid of them." And that's under the county executive's umbrella to do that. So council, we didn't have to sign off on it. I think the conversation actually went to them, and they came back. Somebody on the council said, "Hey, we got all these properties. They're just laying there." And so we didn't know there was this one property, and it was never disclosed to us. And it was a building lot. And building lots at that time were selling for $50,000, $60,000. And it was sold to a business association of the county executive for $25,000. And I've got the settlement papers right here. Of course, we heard a lot about the 364-day contract that we found out about from the citizens and social media. Suggested legal action if the council did not agree with the budget. According to our charter, the executive does the budget, sends it to us. It's our budget then. And if we don't agree with it, we can cut it. We can't add to it. But you don't say, "I'm going to sue you," if you don't agree with it. Tax sale cancellations for municipalities. This happened. This kind of threw them. It's one time some of the municipalities were putting their tax sales in with the counties. It was all being handled together. That was canceled for some of them, for the ones that did participate, without any notice. So I'll quit there on that subject, but that's some of the things that council members, citizens, and employees have experienced over the last 18 years. I've not read Mr. Basehart's article in the Independent yet. I suppose we'll get it, and if not, we'll get the paper. But I can tell you my reason that I think that this county executive form of government came into being. Like 4 years before that happened, the revenue cap came along. And there were a lot of upset people in the government about the revenue cap. I mean, they lobbied hard. If you think there's a lot of politicking going on now, I mean, there was a lot of politicking going on against the revenue cap. I see somebody sitting back there that was around. He's shaking his head, yeah, at the time. So it happened. The revenue cap happened. Then they had a charter review committee, and I was on that charter review committee. This was before I was ever on the council. And it was basically, we want to get the executive form of government in place. And I was wondering at the time, why such a hefty push to get this done? So it got put on a referendum. It didn't, as some people are saying, this should be done by, what's the word? I've missed the word here. Pardon me?
Petition.
Petition, yeah, okay, I'm sorry. It should be done by petition. It wasn't done by petition the first time. It was done by the council. The council gave the public an opportunity to vote. So citizens voted for it. And it didn't take too long. When I got elected to the county council, it finally dawned on me, because everybody in county government was denouncing the revenue cap. All the, the department heads. I mean, the first tour I took of the county with one of our department heads, when I got in the car, we need to talk about this revenue cap. So our first county executive spent 8 years trying to get rid of the revenue cap. Our second county executive was all in favor of the revenue cap. When he got elected, he came out that we need to change the revenue cap. This county executive tried to override the revenue cap with the legislation that had been passed in Annapolis for the Board of Education. So I don't know what, like I say, I'll read Mr. Basehart's, but that's my theory on why the executive, that was done basically to have somebody try to get rid of the revenue cap. Very expensive way to do it. So anyway, that's all I have, Mr. Cannon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joe. Any other comments? James?
Yeah, sure. Everyone noticed that the former president was shot at again, or not shot at again, but somebody tried to take his life again. I just would like to remind everyone that we need to not resort to violence. I have a scripture that I'd like to read. It's 1 Corinthians 13, 4-8. Love is patient, love is kind. Love does not envy, it does not boast. It is not proud, it does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always preserves. Love never fails, but where there are prophecies, they will cease. Where there are tongues, they will be stilled. Where there is knowledge, it will pass away. And I just would like everyone to, everyone, everywhere, to think about that. And regardless of what everyone believes, is what is the right way to go about our actions. And we need to all realize that we're all humans. We have human nature, and human nature is deceitful. And it is dangerous, and us talking and gossip and all of these things tear down people, and that is not the way that people should be acting. If we claim to be a Christian nation, that is not the way that people should be treating other people. Anyway, I would like to end my comment there and pass it.
All right, thank you, James. Any other comments? Shane?
I just want to say, first of all, Jeff always say this. I apologize to the audience. I am glad to see people here. I always start running my mouth and don't say I'm glad to see people, Mr. Atkins and Joe and Mike, Mr. Taylor, the fire department. I'm glad to see people be interested in what we do here. And also the people that listen to the PAC 14 when we're on. I have a friend that just loves watching the city and county politics. She enjoys it, almost like, I guess, soap operas. And I know she's looking now. I know she's looking. She said, I'm gonna look what time it come on. But I just want to say what Shane has gone through. I do not know why they don't bother me for some reason. But I did have some comments on something that I did not post. One of the political parties did, and it was positive, and I do support I am for the referendum to do away with the executive position. But I feel, as Joe said, people who do that, they're miserable, they love confusion, they don't research, they just want to point the fingers at people. And I just want to say to those people who either have a problem with me, I'm willing to sit down and talk with them if they have a problem with me. You don't have to put nothing on Facebook. Just come to me and talk to me, and I'll explain things. I'll give you a tour of my district, because I believe in treating people with kindness. It doesn't bother me what people say about me. I don't get on Facebook except to do inspirational things. I don't even put politics. I don't talk about Trump. I don't talk about Harris. I don't do any of that on Facebook. I just look at what my happy birthdays, things like that. And I think that's what Facebook is for. It's not to be hateful and mean and degrading to people, because you don't want to be treated that way. And I think if people, again, like I said, I try to treat people the way I want to be treated. That's how I live my life. And I think if other people do that, the world would be a better place. And lies like eating cats and dogs and all that kind of stuff, people believe that. They believe that those people do that, the Haitian community do that. And I think that's terrible. And you can't believe everything that you're told. You can't believe everything that's on TV. So just be careful what you believe in and check the facts, like we always say. And that's all I have to say.
Jenny? Jeff?
Thank you. The benefit of going last is I get to cross things off my list as we go along. So, as was mentioned before, Del Mar Heritage Day, Maryland Folk Festival, also Sharptown Heritage Day is all coming up. And shout out to Mr. Hopkins in the back, the West Side Outcasters Fishing Tournament. So no matter where you are in the county this weekend, there's something really cool going on. And ironically, all of these events are on Facebook. So there's some good stuff out there. I do want to take a moment to address the divisive rhetoric that's been talked about up here. A lot of it is surrounding question A, which will be on the ballot in November. And it's okay to have an opinion about anything and to be very passionate about that opinion. That's great. But we've reached a new level. As was mentioned twice before, 3 people have gotten a piece of this hate mail. So I have it here, and it's unsigned, so as expected. But what's interesting is this came to our homes. It didn't come here to the council office. This came to our homes. So if this was some sort of threat or intimidation, I can't speak for anybody else up here, but on September 11th, I watched a 757 come through a building. It's going to take a lot more than that letter to intimidate me. If anyone thinks this is okay, if anyone thinks this garbage on social media is okay, you need to have a reality check. The people doing things like this and blasting people with false information and flat-out lies, they're part of the problem. They're definitely not the solution. And if anybody is listening and you would like to put your time to more productive use, I am directly or indirectly connected with a dozen different volunteer organizations in this community, and I can steer you in that direction to put your time to better use, to benefit this community. I encourage people to always, as was said, check your facts. Do not believe everything you're told. Do your research. Get the facts. And for the record, I will be voting yes on question A, because up until this point, nobody has produced a valid argument why I should not vote for question A. I have watched this for 18 years, and so far, the minuses of the executive form of government far outweigh the positives. And I just want to close by giving a shout out to our farmers. It is that time of year where they're doing stuff with the crops, and we're going to see pieces of farm equipment on our roads. Please give them some space, give them some grace, let them do their jobs. And again, a shout out to our farming community. They, part of our life around here. And that's all I got, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe. Shane, you had one quick comment.
Yeah, one real quick comment. I thought about what I wanted to say earlier. Some will understand this, some won't, but I'm going to put it out there. I was talking about the gentleman that used to work here and the connection him and I made and the connection with the executive's office and him. The reason I reconnected with this individual, a former friend of mine who had planned on running for sheriff here in Wicomico County, I was trying to help him, and I knew this gentleman had a lot of knowledge in the political arena. That's kind of how I started having a few conversations with this gentleman. Now, I can no longer support the gentleman that's running for sheriff, or if he does, but that's the connection. If people are out there wondering, well, how did you get connected with him? Again, I'm not going to use names. I don't want to put anybody on blast. But again, I have no problem with this individual, no issues. Our conversations began because I was trying to help someone else who was going to run for a political office. That's it.
Thank you, Shane. We're going to call for an adjournment. But before I do that, I just wanted to let the public know and the individuals here, we have two work sessions that we're going to do before lunch. One is going to be with Choptank, and the second one is going to be with the Wicomico County Mobile Integrated Health Advisory Council. We'll then have lunch and continue on with the Wicomico County Emergency Services Task Force, just so you're aware of our timeline here. So I entertain a motion to adjourn from legislative session to go into open work session, followed by a closed work session pursuant to the General Provisions Article Section 3-305B1 to discuss a personnel matter pertaining to the appointment of a Director of Planning, Zoning, and Community Development to protect the privacy of the individual. Council will then reconvene in legislative session to consider Resolution Number 128, confirming the appointment of a Director of Planning, Zoning, and Community Development. That's the motion.
You didn't.
President's comments?
President comment.
No, I'm moving on.
Okay.
I'm moving on. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting is adjourned. The first work session we have, as I stated, is with the update from Choptank on broadband. Thank you all for waiting so long.
Come down here.
Sure.
So Laura is the appropriate loaded one too.
Thank you all.
I tried to keep her from doing.
You are welcome. While Laura pulls up our PowerPoint, I'll go ahead and just introduce the panel here with me today. I'm Valerie Conley, Vice President of Government Affairs and Public Relations for Choptank Electric Cooperative and our subsidiary Choptank Fiber, which is the broadband company. With me today are Tim McGahey, who is our Vice President of Technical Services. He's the mastermind behind organizing the whole broadband program. And on my other side is our is Leroy Sverduk, our Vice President of Engineering, and he and his team designed the whole thing and figured out how to make it all connect and work. So we're very excited to be here today and just let you know where we are in the process of building on the shore and specifically here in Wicomico County.
I'll sit there for a second.
Are the slides in the materials that you guys
Yes,
have
we do
before
have-
you?
yeah,
Okay,
we
we all have a copy of it here, so, I
Okay.
mean, hopefully, maybe it can be posted at some point for anybody else who wants to take a look at it. Most of this is on our website as well.
It might be on the live presentation.
No, this is it. This is the one we're trying to get. Ah, there it is.
If Xavier can't fix it, it can't be fixed.
All right. So then, let me go down to this next slide. So this slide really is a map of our service territory for broadband on the whole Eastern Shore. The green areas are the areas that we have built out. We started in 2021, and we've been down here a couple of times to talk to y'all about the progress for Choptank fiber. But we wanted to put this map together just to kind of see how we're trying to connect all these areas in the middle of the Eastern Shore where we have electric service territory and where people were kind of left behind on the whole broadband internet option. So the green areas are the areas we've built out. The blue areas are the ones we're finishing up at this point from an existing grant. In Wicomico County specifically, it's kind of a colorful map, but we are currently constructing service to more than 1,500 previously unserved locations in the county. Some of that, well, we have marketed to 1,141 so far, and we're still building another 427. Most of the work was through a grant that we got from the state of Maryland in the fiscal year 2023 grant application to the Office of Statewide Broadband. And it was a significant grant to Choptank to take on, I don't know what that is.
Later.
Remind me tomorrow.
Everybody's favorite screen.
So on the map, everything kind of almost came out the same color, but the areas that have the black line around them are areas that we've completed construction and we've opened up the option for residents in those locations to sign up for broadband and to have the equipment brought into their house so they can get online. The lighter blue areas that don't have the dark black lines around them are what we are finishing up as part of that FY23 grant. When we receive the grants from the state of Maryland, the contract says we have to do all of the construction and complete them within 3 years. We anticipate finishing this project by the end of this calendar year. So we're doing it, I mean, this one is really just a little over a year rather than the full 3 years allocated or allotted to us by the state. So we are excited. We know how important it is for everybody to get online, and we know that you guys have been getting a lot of questions from folks who are waiting for it to come. So we're trying to build it as fast as we can.
And throughout that territory, you guys should be seeing, road signs and men working. I mean, we've got crews working, I would say most of that on outlined area right now.
What they're doing first is going in and doing the engineering work, figuring out where the backbone lines are going to go. Once we have fiber kind of going down each road area, then where we place a pedestal in front of like a driveway or at the end of a lane, that's when we open it up and let members know or let residents know that they can sign up online for a contract. And it's a few more weeks after that by the time we can get out there and get it run from the edge of the road to their house and bring in the equipment. So again, we think all that will be available by the end of this calendar year for those areas that are not complete yet. The next funding opportunities, and we have been doing most of the work we're doing with grants, because again, building in rural areas where most of these homes are very far apart is expensive. And so we've been trying to bring as much grant money together as possible to make it affordable for the people we're building and to make sure that our rates aren't outrageous. So there is currently a difficult-to-reach premise grant that the Office of Statewide Broadband has awarded out to 19 counties in Maryland. Wicomico County has access to $1.1 million as part of that program. It's our understanding that it hasn't been accepted by the county yet, and we're not sure that the county is going to accept the money. It doesn't require matching from the jurisdictions. It requires the internet broadband companies to do the matching grant if there is a need for match to do additional build-outs. Part of that grant was intended to get to folks who maybe were skipped along the line. We haven't skipped anybody. We're doing all long lanes, no matter how long they are. We've built that into our grant process. But in the past, there have been some areas where an internet service provider has gone through but hasn't gone down certain lanes. Yes, sir.
Elaborate when you say you don't know if Wicomico County is going to accept the money?
The information I have from the Office of Statewide Broadband is that the county has said they don't want to implement the program. So they don't have someone to handle those grant funds and or work with internet service providers.
So are you saying our executive form of government said this, or?
I'm not sure what office it came from, but somebody in the administration has informed the Office of Statewide Broadband that they don't intend at this point to accept those funds. I don't know if that'll change and if there will be further discussion, but the concern is that those funds have to be used by the end of 2025. So all construction, everything has to be complete. So if it's going to be accepted, and various internet service providers might be able to go back and help connect additional people with those funds, it needs to be
Fiscal year
managed quickly.
25 or calendar year 25?
Calendar year 25.
And what was the office again? I'm sorry.
Office of Statewide Broadband. It's in the Department of Housing and Community Development.
Okay, thank you.
And so then beyond that program, there is the federal BEAD funding, and that one is, the applications haven't opened up yet, and the state's still trying to verify all the locations that are currently unserved in order to allow internet service providers to then submit bids to the state to serve unserved and underserved locations. So we are participating in that as much as we can at this point. As soon as the applications are available and the maps are finalized, we will be working to put together additional applications that would help further here in Wicomico County, and we'll reach back out to all of you to let you know what we have, what we believe we might be able to serve, and probably would be asking for letters of support. I don't think we'd be asking for any kind of cost share funding at that point, but
If you could copy us on all communications, we'd appreciate it.
we'd be happy to
Not
do
to ask
that.
too many questions, but is Talkie Communications your competitor?
Well, they are also an internet service provider, and they might be competing for some of the grant funding. For the most part,
I mean, they're a broadband provider like our broadband division, so technically we're competitors, but we don't overlap areas very much at all.
it doesn't make sense for two internet service providers to build infrastructure.
Nobody would be after this money. Who's your competitor? It's either we do it with you or.
Well, no. Talkie might be able to get it, Comcast, other internet service providers that have some level of service in the county. The county has the ability to partner with many internet service providers. So the intent would be to look to see where the unserved locations are, and then to talk to the incumbent provider nearest to that location and say, would you partner with us? Would you use some of this money to connect this house or this business that has previously been not connected? But there's no limit, and there's no one specific ISP that has to be worked with under the long lane program. The county could work with every internet service provider that has any kind of service in the county.
So is my theory correct? If I was in charge myself, I would be able to go to you and say, hey, go after that money. I'm giving you the okay. We'll do business together. Is that how this works, or no?
Well, I think the county, for the $1.1 million for that grant, the county would accept the money and then say, we are going to either allow individuals to self-identify and say they don't have service, and then the county would try and find the internet service provider that would be willing to do the work for the grant allows up to $8,000 per location to connect someone to internet. So if it costs $12,000, then we, Choptank, would pay the additional $4,000 to connect a location. So really, the county would accept the money, and then the county would agree to work with internet. The county could say, Choptank, please identify addresses that you think are close to your service territory, and then we will work with you on funding for those particular
The
addresses.
county has a list
Yeah.
that they could work with the individual providers and say, hey, this makes sense, this is in your, because these are meant to be just small extensions of existing service, not big projects, right? 1.1 million doesn't go very far, you know, in a big project, but these are supposed to be, you're the provider in the area, you only need to go another few thousand feet to be able to get service to this particular address. It makes sense to partner with that particular provider that actually has the facilities already in that area, is the way the program is.
And we don't anticipate that Choptank would be the major user of those funds. We think that there are probably some locations that got skipped by other providers in the past that would maybe benefit from having those funds made available for those connections.
In the past, though, the grants have been actually applied directly to, with the county's approval, have been applied directly to the provider.
Some of them have, yes, where we applied directly. This was like one last grant that the previous director of Office of Statewide Broadband had put together because he was aware of multiple locations in counties all across the state that were skipped. And people kept coming and saying, how am I going to get these 3 over here and these 2 over there and this last lane down this long peninsula?
Okay.
How are we going to get these people connected? So when he created the grant, when the agency let the grant out, it was intended for counties to be very involved in identifying those unserved locations and then working with various providers to get those.
Closer to the situation and those more finite details of those
That's a big
areas
change,
that
that's a
need to
big
be-
switch, that's good. That's
And
good.
so if the funds aren't accepted, they will probably be reallocated to other counties that still have work to do as well, so.
Okay, great, thank you.
So then, same with the bead, we'll keep you posted on what's happening with those grant funds as they become available for our application. And that is one where we would directly apply for it. This slide you've seen before, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. It's just our pricing schedule, and nothing has changed with this, and we don't anticipate changes anytime in the near future. We've priced it in a way that we think brings the return on investment in a way we need it to keep providing the service, provide good service, and to make sure that we're maintaining the backbone for everybody involved as they come online with us.
A quick on that real quick.
That's okay.
Because this is in general terms for the public. Which service would be for, let's say, Netflix streaming?
All of them.
What would, so,
You could do it at 100 megabits. You
Yep.
would not need to have 2.5 gigs.
Okay.
Some people want it because they haven't had broadband.
Right.
Some people have multiple kids at home that are gaming around the clock, and they want to have as much bandwidth as they can and speed as they need. But
okay.
and the other point on our pricing and package sizes is if you came on at the 100 megabit subscription and decided you want something faster or with more ability, you can switch within those pricing areas back and forth.
Whenever you want.
It's a 2-year subscription when we connect you, because we are still recovering the cost of the build and our portion of it, but you can switch within any of the categories. We've added voice over internet protocol, so for anyone that doesn't want to have a landline phone or doesn't have good service on their landline phone, they can use a VoIP service through us as well.
Okay.
And then I think I have one last slide down here.
Probably an update for you. We do have a grant writer right now, right, Mr. President?
Yes, well, soon, just.
Well,
Soon. And then this is just to make you aware that 2 of the financial assistance programs that used to exist to help low-income or moderate-income individuals help pay for broadband no longer are funded by state and federal government. The ACP program used to provide a $30 support payment to folks who qualified, and then the state was matching that with a $15 a month support. And that all ended. Much of that was funded during COVID, and the funds that were making it work aren't there anymore. Congress has said they might come back and refund the ACP. It hasn't happened yet. So those monies have disappeared. Choptank has increased our
low-income access program. We used to provide an additional $15, but we've doubled that to $30 just to try and be as helpful as we can to our customers who need some assistance in subscribing to broadband. And then this is just the slide, and this is on our website too, but we provide significant additional protective services, Command IQ, Experience IQ, and Protect IQ. These are a way to manage your network. You can limit what your kids, sites your kids go to. You can limit time use. You can set guest internet codes if you want. And all of this protects the system. It also makes sure that you're not getting internet bugs coming into your house and getting on your system. And it is included in the cost of our subscription. We're not, a lot of companies will sell this at an additional price, but we're including that with the full subscription price that people are paying. So that's it. Questions is my last slide. So.
Any questions?
Thank you. For one thing, for your responsiveness. I've emailed you, Matt, Jeremy, always a quick response, so thank you. Talking with people out on the west side, you guys are having to deal with a lot of unique situations. Split driveways, long driveways, and shout out to the teams on the ground doing that work. You said you've marketed to 1,141. Are you getting a response rate or?
The 400 number that was listed there is the number of people that we actually have active right now.
Okay.
And that's actually really good considering how young this area is, right? Because we are opening up areas every single week. So we're actually really happy with the response so far. I mean, because until we really get into like the 2 or 3 year time frame, that's when you kind of develop a more mature response with regards to the take rate. And so, we're very happy with where we're at right now.
And a lot of our customers, potential customers, are waiting for their existing service contract to expire before they might come on board. I'm sorry.
But you're going to continue the marketing program?
We are.
Just to continue to reach out?
These guys are the construction, and then the public affairs marketing team is reaching out on a regular basis to everyone who hasn't accepted service yet. So.
Thank you.
Well, we appreciate you being here. The fact that you're going to have a build out by the end of 2024, I think, is absolutely phenomenal. I know it's been a long road getting to this position and acquiring these grant funding and getting to work here in Wicomico County, but we really appreciate it. And I would say the same thing that Jeff did. I have had citizens contacting me, and I've transferred to them. I've transferred them to you personally, Vice President Conley. And within 24 hours, you're responding to these people, and believe me, that reduces the frustration level for them and for us so much to know that somebody is looking, because service is what it's all about, especially in this industry. And there's a lot of shortcomings in service in this industry, so you all are doing a great job. And we appreciate you coming in, and we appreciate your time.
Sure, anytime.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Sleeping after 10 years anyway. Putting stuff on telephone poles.
Next item we have is open work session with an update from the Wicomico County Mobile Integrated Health Advisory Council. And now I see Rob Frampton in the audience. We have Catherine Rogers, and that's all I have on my list, but I think is that it? Just two of you? Okay, wonderful. Thank you for waiting and being so patient, very much so.
I live in the county, so I don't usually get to listen in, so I enjoyed aspects of it.
You have no idea what you're missing.
Now I know.
It was acting like it was. Oh, yeah? Yeah.
There we are.
You got it.
Okay.
Chief, just let the public, if you could both just announce yourselves.
Sure. Good afternoon, Council. Rob Frampton, City of Salisbury Fire Chief, here today as one of the co-chairs of the Wicomico Mobile Integrated Health Advisory Council.
And I'm Kat Rogers, Director of Community Health Initiatives at Tidal Health, and I am the other co-chair of the Advisory Council.
I appreciate your work.
So first and foremost, thank you for your time. We'll try not to take too much of it. One thing I've learned, 2 places you don't want to be: right before lunch and right after lunch. So we'll try to get through this for you. So we come before you as part of a newly formed council within the last 5 or 6 months of over 20 healthcare and public safety leaders in Wicomico County. And we really want to talk to you today about our SWIFT, or our Salisbury-Wicomico Integrated First Care Team, which is a nationally recognized program that a lot of people don't know about that's existing right here in Wicomico County. It's kind of flying under the radar. So what it is it's a program. It's built on relationships, and just to show the significance of that and the importance, it's between the county health department, Title Health, and the Salisbury Fire Department. But I also like to branch that out and say that we have 11 MOUs with every county fire department in Wicomico where this SWIFT service is provided. So it truly is a joint operation across the county. So just a little bit of the agenda. We're going to do some welcoming what we did. We'll talk about the team a little bit, give you some background and timeline. This program has been around for 7 years. Since it started as just a really community paramedic and a nurse practitioner. And then we'll talk about where it's growing and where it wants to go. So, a little bit about the team. Like I said, the team is Salisbury Fire Department members. We provide a community paramedic and also the program coordinator. And then Title Health provides some clinical people. So there's a clinical leader, several nurse practitioners, and they work together as teams. So we share offices at the fire station on Cypress Street. We share offices at Title's building on South Salisbury Boulevard, and also at the hospital on Carroll Street. And then within that, Title Health's umbrella, we include a pharmacist through Title Health. There's PTs, OTs, and then some of their, certified community health workers and such. So it truly is just a collaborative group that's goal is to provide 360-degree care. So the goal is somebody enters our program through probably 911 or EMS, and then they're filtered into the hospital system, and then we help them re-enter back into the community, whether that's getting housing, getting a job, getting health care, access to health care, anything that they need. So it's totally 360. We just don't drop them off somewhere along the way. So
it's an incredible interdisciplinary team, and he alluded to how it started with just one nurse practitioner and one paramedic, and that partnership was so important because when people call 911, they're used to someone from the fire department coming. They're a helper. They know who they are, especially if they're a frequent caller to the 911 system. But they don't know our nurse practitioners or our nurses or why they might be there. So that has really opened the door into the community for us to take an alternative approach to bringing healthcare to people, and not just the medical component, but social care coordination. Because what we're finding is that a lot of people are calling 911 or coming in and out of the ED because of social risk factors. So adding the social workers and community health workers to our team has been a great advantage. I'm just going to go through the timeline really quickly. So this started at first with a Care First grant in 2017, and that's where it launched. And it started very small. Then we got that first protocols approved by the state, and we enrolled our first patient in 2017. This has been grant funded up until this upcoming fiscal year. So we were successful in getting an even larger Maryland Community Health Resources grant to continue to fund it, and then a second award, and then we reached a milestone of enrolling our 100th patient, and we knew that we wanted to scale this, expand it throughout the county, and add another model to it. So at first, we were looking at people who had been calling 911 or coming into the ED frequently, doing a 6-month look back, and then outreaching and going to those individuals. But as the advisory board formed, we wanted to be more proactive, and we launched another component with grant funding where we had a separate nurse practitioner and paramedic listening to 911 calls and proactively responding in a separate vehicle along with the ambulance getting a patient to consent to treatment, if it was appropriate, then the ambulance can go back into service that much faster, and we avoid an ED visit. So it's a win-win for the community, for the individual, for the fire department, for the hospital. So that component has been successfully running thanks to grant funding since 2022. And we added the pharmacist and the PT and OT with this most recent grant cycle. So as you can see, we just continued to evolve this program throughout the years. And now our advisory council has grown, and we have various committees working on different aspects so we can continue to expand the program. Very quickly, just with SWIFT 1.0, I pretty much already said this, that we're doing a look back, and that's how people kind of qualify for it. And what it involves is an in-home assessment with that paramedic and that nurse practitioner. And that nurse practitioner is essentially coming up with an alternative treatment plan that will involve a social worker, a registered nurse, a community health worker, health education, all meant to bring in those community resources and then keep doing that follow-up in the home. We're the only people during COVID that were going into the homes. Our team, they did the first antibody infusion treatment in a home in the state of Maryland, was the SWIFT team during COVID. So that was sort of how this all started. And just to give you a sense of the types of patients we're working with, it can take years to build relationships and trust with patients. This particular patient had schizophrenia, wouldn't leave his home, wouldn't get treatment, had wounds that needed to be taken care of, and nobody could engage with him until SWIFT got involved. And then when SWIFT kept showing up and built that trust with him, they were able to get him re-engaged in care. They've helped a veteran who, 95 years old, lives in the county. He has memory issues and was having trouble with medication compliance. So the SWIFT team was able to identify that as being one of the reasons why he was sick and able to come back and work with him on his medication. Another resident in Parsonsburg couldn't get in and out of their home, and that's why they were calling 911. The team joined the fire department in Parsonsburg and built a wheelchair ramp. So they really go above and beyond, and no one's even asking them to do that, but it's just such an incredible service. And there's data that shows the impact it's having. So I can tell you all these stories all day long, but we use this health information exchange system in the state of Maryland called CRISP, and we're able to take the patients that we're serving and put them into this analytics platform, and then we can see the reduction in ED visits, in inpatient, in charges. So we're actually seeing concrete data and an impact. So what you're looking at here is a pre and post data, and I'm just going to break it down because it's not as complicated as it sounds. When the SWIFT team intervenes, there's a point in time of when they intervene. So in the blue, that is 3 months before the SWIFT team intervened, the ED visits these patients were having, 6 months before SWIFT intervened, and then 1 year out. And you can see significant ED visits for these patients before SWIFT intervened at the 3, 6, and 12-month mark. And then in each of those times after SWIFT intervened, 3 months later, 6 months later, 12 months later, for those same patients, you see a reduction in ED visits. It's the same with their inpatient admissions. You just see that trend, and that's the only reason why I show you these graphs, to show that the numbers can speak for themselves, that we are constantly, over the last 7 years, we always see this trend of 3, 6, 12 months before SWIFT intervened, and then afterward, a constant reduction in those visits. And then that also affects charges. So sometimes there can be some issues right at first, so you don't see as much of a change in that 3-month period, but 6 months before and after, and then 12 months before and after SWIFT intervened, you even see a reduction in the charges from the healthcare system.
So anything that doesn't grow, dies, right? So how does this program continually evolve? So we've taken SWIFT 1.0 and launched it into SWIFT 2.0, or MDCN, as the state recognizes, Minor Definitive Care Now. And what that is a community paramedic and a nurse practitioner partnered together in basically a chase vehicle. They're in a Suburban right now, soon to be a Durango, thanks to some opioid funding. But they respond on what we call Alpha and Bravo, or low acuity calls. So slips, trips, falls, somebody needs a laceration, and their goal is to keep the ambulance available and keep people from going to the hospital unnecessarily. So they have the ability to go out. We also can go to some nursing homes, which you'll see in another slide, and they treat the patients on the scene. We have agreements for mobile x-ray, so 30 minutes or less. If somebody rolls their ankle, we can have mobile x-ray in the home. They don't have to go to the hospital and clog up the emergency room. So some of the services that they're currently providing, as you see there, is they're able to prescribe medications. They have starter packs through the hospital that they can leave with patients for different illnesses they may have. They have the ability to suture, stitch people up. I talk about an incident that happened at the CVS. The elderly gentleman was walking out, pushed the cart, hit a parking curb, lacerated his lip. Our crew stitched him up. He got back with his stuff in his car and he drove home. He never had to enter the emergency room. A call just happened earlier this week, might have even been yesterday, up at Boscov, similar situation. Elderly couple from out of town. They were shopping. She fell down. She needed some sutures, I believe, on her hand. They stitched her up. They didn't have to go to the hospital. They weren't anywhere near their home. No inconvenience back in there. So it doesn't clog up the hospital unnecessarily. They also have the ability to do lab work out in the field. I mentioned x-rays, and then the referrals to all the specialty providers. I don't have the list listed here, but there's at least 20 throughout in organizations such as like Meals on Wheels. We have taxi vouchers for service to get people to dialysis and things like that. This is just a quick dashboard to show you some of the benefits both for the hospital and, a little selfishly speaking, for the fire department. So you can look, there's a whole bunch of numbers there, but the ones I really want to draw your focus to, and this was a snippet from earlier in the year. I believe this would have been end of FY24.
It was the last fiscal year.
Yeah, end of FY24. So the ED visit reduction is savings, and you can see why this is a beneficial program to the hospital. Over $335,000 in cost savings to the hospital. Why does it work for the fire department? Well, it allows our ambulances to be available, which we're still trying to figure out a lot of how we can really track that, because we still have to dispatch the ambulance with that. But we're hoping to work with the state to get some good data to show that maybe we can move forward with just sending this Minor Definitive Care Now team and keeping the transports available. But we also use this program to treat some of our own. So the way that the Salisbury Fire Department looks at it, last fiscal year we treated 114 different times we treated our own people, resulting in a savings to our billable insurance of almost $50,000. So the city's going to see that when it comes time to renegotiate our insurance next year. And then I look at it.
Rebates.
Yeah. I look at it because a lot of this stuff isn't. Yes. A lot of this stuff isn't necessarily billable, which is a huge thing. I just got back from a conference in Vegas, and that was the 2-day theme, was how are MIH programs going to maintain their financial sustainability. But part of it is value-added programs and cost savings programs. So one of the ones that I like to throw out to the city council is, we prevented 33 people from calling out sick last year, which saved almost $30,000 in overtime. So that again, we're not billing for that, but that's return on our investment. The city's putting a little bit out, but we're seeing that back. Some of the recent changes that we've made, I mentioned some of our agreements with some of the assisted living facilities in our area. You can see them listed there. And we're currently working with the Title Health and the state on blood transfusion partnership, so to actually be able to give blood out in the field with that. And then some partnerships with some neurology and urology to expedite follow-up appointments. So instead of somebody having to wait a week, 2 weeks, or a month, we can get them in with a day or two because we have an agreement with them that we've coordinated that efforts. And then trying to get them, the MDCN team, to higher priority calls. I will just reemphasize that our MDCN program is currently the only program like this in the state. It's an optional protocol. So what we've got going on right here is truly, statewide, and having been to that conference, truly a nationally recognized program. Kat mentioned the first home monoclonal antibody infusion that we did during COVID-19, and a little bit of makeup and some of the recognition. So we have 6 board-certified community paramedics. When we put this together, there was only 8 in the entire state. So 6 of them are right here in Wicomico County. We have a MIH clinical rotation for nurse practitioners. It's the only one in the entire country. That nurse practitioner students, we just had one yesterday, partnering that's riding with MDCN as part of their, educational program to become a nurse practitioner. We also have some anesthesiologists that are through the hospital, and this program just continues to grow. Last year, or 2022, they were second place for the Title Health Chairman Award, and in 2023 for the entire state of Maryland, for the Maryland Rural Health Association, they were the Rural Health Program of the Year. They spoke last year at 2023 MIH Summit, which is a national summit in Tennessee, and we just got back from Vegas last week speaking out there at a 2-day summit with and it was clearly obvious to me being at that summit that this program is top 5 in the country. And it's just one of those that's under the radar that people don't know about.
I forgot to mention one other thing that we've added in this partnership is related to our health equity grant that Title Health has, almost $5 million grant for the next 5 years to address racial disparities in diabetes and hypertension. And the fire department, because of this partnership, every time they are drawing blood or doing an IV on a patient, they're now testing A1C if they're 35 and older. So if that A1C is above 9, we might be now identifying people who didn't even know that they had diabetes, thanks to this partnership.
Sure.
I'm struggling with the clicker. Okay, so billing and reimbursement. So on the hospital side, we are using nurse practitioners, so their services are billable. However, the types of services we're doing, like using the community health workers, having the pharmacist involved, using the registered nurses, none of that cost can really be recouped by what we could bill for the nurse practitioner services. So much of this work is in kind, especially as the grant funds go away. So we're trying to think creatively. We're looking at maybe we could, because a lot of the patients might have Medicaid, maybe we can partner with managed care organizations on an alternative payment model with them, because we're showing the value of this program for their members.
Yeah, just to piggyback and kind of already touched on it, is the cost savings and the value-added programs are really where it's at, because this has been mostly grant-funded up until this point. Obviously, as more people come on board, the grants, more hands go out, the grant money kind of dries up. So we're not coming here asking for any money, believe it or not, unlike most of the times when you see me.
We're just educating.
We're just trying to put it out there to everybody that this is a service and a program that's existing in the county right now. We're managing through it, but it definitely, we hear, whether you're at city council meetings or county council meetings, about vulnerable populations and homelessness, and this program is directly targeting those people to improve their health care and their, the state of life and quality of life for them.
So we're looking to grow our partnerships. We're looking to grow our advisory council, bringing on more departments and stakeholders who are from the county in addition to the city. And looking at, since we only have a couple of nurse practitioners, maybe we can send registered nurses out and expand the services the nurse practitioners provide by doing more telehealth. We're also looking to the health department and other partners about how we can better integrate behavioral health, because a lot of the focus that we've been able to have an impact on is more on chronic conditions, but working with the unhoused and a lot of individuals who are coming in and out and calling 911 have unmanaged behavioral health conditions. So that's one reason why we're bringing on a licensed clinical social worker onto the team. We're advertising for that position now, and we're just trying to use this advisory council to share what everyone's doing, what we're finding out, what are the best practices, and how can we scale this, because it's making a difference and we want to have a greater impact.
I don't have anything to add to that. That was good.
I have a question.
Any questions, Trini?
Yes, you mentioned rural areas. Salisbury's urban.
It's not a rural area.
It started in Salisbury, only a couple years ago did we spread out into
Did you
the rest of
spread
the
out in
county.
the county?
So we have MOUs with all 11 volunteer fire departments.
Okay.
So then the way it works is whether it's through an EMS referral, so the EMS crew may go out to a call in West Side. They may encounter a patient 3 or 4 or 5 times in a week. They hit a referral, it comes to us, which then our SWIFT paramedic and nurse practitioner then go down to West Side. And so it says Salisbury
Because I know
in the
they're
name.
coming all past my house.
It's everywhere, yeah. So,
good,
and then we also get referrals through the hospital's patient care reporting system. So if a
good.
patient enters the hospital so many times, it doesn't even have to be by EMS. Our community paramedic gets a notification, and then he can follow up with them. So it truly is countywide.
That's good, that's good.
Well, first off, thank you.
Thank you.
Very comprehensive. What kind of a load do you think you're taking off the ED? It's pretty significant, isn't it?
Yeah, because the patients that we're seeing, one of example is a patient who in the last 6 months has been going to the ED, he's gone to the ED 60 times in the last 6 months. And so for this team to intervene and minimize those ED visits, so while it might be a relatively small number of patients they're impacting, the patients they're impacting are so costly and resource intensive and so complex in the amount of care they need that it's, that with each patient we can see, hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings.
How are your, you say you're switching vehicles, how are they set up for BLS, or what are they?
Our SWIFT vehicle
What
is
point do you go from this to, holy cow, we need an ambulance?
So right now, the way it's set up is we dispatch an ambulance and our Suburban at the same time. The state requires that. We're trying to compile some data and get together. I don't know if the state medical here or not. He'll be here later. But we're trying to work on that. As the only program in the state, we're kind of the guinea pigs. So as we can get more and more data and information on, hey, we went to this many calls when we really did not even need the ambulance based on what the dispatch center takes the call as, then we can start scaling that ambulance so that they don't even respond. And then if we get there and we do need an ambulance, we can always call for it. But you've got a nurse practitioner or a paramedic. They are on a vehicle that is advanced life support equipped, so it's got a heart monitor, it's got everything. Other than transport capability, probably has more equipment on it than the transport ambulance does, just because it's got the ability to do sutures and medications and, eventually whole blood and, all sorts of tests and lab work and things, so.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'd like to thank you also for both of you, very much so, for taking the initiative. This is very proactive. I know I've had a discussion several times, many times over the years, about how the multiple calls continue, and it can be a real drain on our resources, as you say. I think, you're also addressing a more realistic and a more effective approach to the solution for those patients, right? Just sending them back and forth, you're not getting anywhere. So, it's more efficient for everybody, and it's also a better solution for those people who are involved. And for Tidal Health in particular, Tidal Health is a great partner in this community. So thank whoever you may talk to the rest of the day or the rest of the week. Let them know we really appreciate Tidal Health's initiatives in this community very much. And Chief Frampton, you're always in the mix, so
thank you.
Appreciate your work as well. So thank you very much.
Sure, appreciate you.
Yes, thank you. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to, it's about 5 minutes of 1. We're going to recess until 1:20. So we're going to recess until 1:20.
I was in it. I don't think this.
Good. Reconvening as the Wicomico County Council for Legislative Session 2024-21 for September 17th, 2024. The next item on our work session is with the Wicomico County Emergency Services Task Force for the SWOT analysis that I know we've taken quite a bit of time to review. Pleased to have you all here today and everybody out in the audience. If you could do us a favor from my left to right, if you could just state your name and your position for the public. Thank you.
Lorenzo Cropper, Director, Wicomico County Department of Emergency Services.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Ebling. I'm the Region 4 Coordinator for MIMS, Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Dr. Tim Chismar. I'm the State EMS Medical Director at MIMS, the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services Systems.
Good afternoon. Bunky Luffman, Wicomico County Director of Administration.
Wonderful. We'll open the floor for you. Whoever would like to go first, you're certainly welcome to do so.
Thank you. So I certainly appreciate your time. Good afternoon, council members. And I want to start off by recognizing all of the fire and EMS clinicians and chiefs that we have here with us in the room. Certainly, you have some of the most dedicated fire and EMS clinicians in the state if they put up with me for a year's worth of meetings. So we should need to say no more than that. So
we've heard that before. So
and Mr. Cropper as well. I can't say enough. He's really been very accommodating. So thank you again for your time on this. We started out with the Wicomico County Task Force, and I have some slides here that I can advance, at the request of county government to really take a deep dive into fire and EMS in Wicomico County and identify some of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to the service moving forward in the short and longer term. I know that the slide may not project so well, but this was really a multidisciplinary effort from all of the fire and EMS departments, the county council. We were lucky enough to have both Councilmember Baker and Councilmember Wynn attending our meetings, County Executive's Office, Mr. Luffman, Wayne Strasberg. So really, we tried to make sure that everybody was at the table and had some input into this process. Mr. Ebling and I, as the Region 4 Coordinator, our role is primarily to facilitate and try to facilitate discussion and try to facilitate everybody kind of coming together and taking a deep dive. So this was our goal. Our vision was to make recommendations that will help all of the decision makers in Wicomico County. At the end of the day, what we want to do is promote the highest quality emergency medical care to every resident and visitor of Wicomico County. How do we want to do that? We want to develop some recommendations for leadership, direction, and expertise on the EMS service for residents and visitors of Wicomico County, Maryland, and provide the best possible care, reliable EMS service, which I know is likely a shared goal of all of you as well. What we hope this will do is we hope these recommendations will unify and maximize the resources that you have currently and will help us sort of plan for the future and assess where additional resources, whether they be personnel or physical plant, may need to be considered as well. So our goals, again, just at a high level: quality and timely EMS patient care, identify opportunities to support the volunteer system, which is very strong, but certainly we've identified several opportunities for support, and then to enhance quality improvement and training processes so that not only are we going to have a timely response, but a quality response as well. So by way of brief introduction, the challenges in each of these counties that we visit throughout the state are a little bit different. We see some commonalities. One of the things I think you're going to hear from me over and over again is that you have a very strong base, but one of the areas that we would highlight the most is personnel, the professionals that are taking care of all of our citizens and residents and visitors here. So one of the things that we find in some places is that there are not enough stations, there are not enough ambulances, there's not enough personnel. I'm sure that you've heard that. The volunteerism throughout the country, not just here in Wicomico County, has declined for a number of reasons. But our goal here is how do we confront increased demands for EMS service with a limited supply of EMS clinicians and limited hours to volunteer? And how do we continue to provide that best patient care to residents and visitors? So what we did before getting into the recommendations is we looked back over 4 years, actually almost 5 years now, worth of data. We looked internally, so did some internal comparisons, did some external comparisons. One of the benefits of having Mr. Ebling and Mr. Parsons is that we can compare throughout the state and up and down the Eastern Shore more particularly, and then develop some specific goals. And these were all goals, excuse me, that were developed by the stakeholders here, and compile that into a report that would make sense for all of you. I think that it's useful to start out with just a broad understanding. I know some of you are in public safety, but for those who may not be, EMTs are the basic level of certification, over 200 hours of dedication, whether they're career or volunteer. The training is still required. The same training of volunteer personnel is still required as it would be of a career person. And paramedic over 1,500 hours. So these men and women are dedicating significant time, whether they're in a career or volunteer capacity, to their training. And that training certainly comes at a cost, which we'll highlight a little bit later. But just a right around figure, about 350 EMS clinicians countywide. So currently, we have 11 county EMS stations and then 3 stations in the city of Salisbury, and about 29 total ambulances that are available within the county for calls. So certainly one thing I'll tell you is there are definitely an adequate number of ambulances when we compare that to other counties in the state. 2 ambulances per station minimum, where we find here in Wicomico, as in other counties, that the big area of opportunity is on the personnel side. But it's very helpful to walk into a county that has good physical resources, and I've laid out where all those resources are located in the report and then summarize that here on the slide. You'll see that there are some stations that enjoy a fully equipped and staffed ambulance 24/7, and then there are some stations that maybe don't have as high of a call volume, although that's not always the case, where they're sharing ALS, advanced life support, or paramedic staffed ambulances between those companies. So in some cases, that's working out okay. In some cases, the call volume in some of these stations is really ticking upward, and time is drawing pretty near on when, how long that model can last. And then we included Delmar and Salisbury separately and just described their staffing model as well. So one thing that, again, I tried to make sure that the group focused on is that strengths and weaknesses are intrinsic factors within the agency, or internal factors, things that the fire and EMS service owns as either a strength or a weakness. And the opportunities and threats are external factors, things that are beyond their control, but affect their service nonetheless. And I realize that this projects a little bit on the small side, but worry not. The next 4 slides will kind of go over the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats systematically. So as I already hit on, you have excellent people, you have excellent equipment, state-of-the-art equipment, 911 center that is top-notch, that is on board with Next Gen 911. Tidal Health Peninsula Regional, which is an amazing asset that you have in the county that really takes 97% plus of your patient volume. That's something that not every county has available and is a true asset and a resource. And you have companies who are willing to do mutual aid, both with each other and inside and outside of the county. We do have some areas that are weaknesses within the service. Probably number 1 is just lack of clinicians and staff. Statewide, we see a flat line. We basically make as many EMTs and paramedics each year as we lose. So we're not gaining EMS clinicians, but there's not a loss, only because we're good at making them. We're not so good at retaining them. Retention is really a weak point for all of us in the fire and EMS service. We see that things like retirement, pension, compensation are not consistent between companies. The model here is very similar to what we see in other counties, where volunteerism has started to tick downward, and the companies have really taken it upon themselves to hire their own personnel, with county support, of course, but to hire their own personnel and have to really bring on all of that comes with managing HR and so forth as well. So it's not just responding to calls, they're picking up the back end as well. We see that we have pockets where quality improvement is good, but it's not consistent across the board. We have pockets where there's continuing education opportunities, but not consistent across the board. And then perhaps I would be negligent if I came to you in any sort of briefing whatsoever and said the communication was strong. Communication is always an area of opportunity or an area of weakness, no matter what it is we're talking about. We can always be better at communicating with each other. These are some of the external factors that all of our stakeholders identified as opportunities. Going together, and this second bullet has already been accomplished, to make sure that we have strong EMT classes in the public schools through CTE, and this is something that this task force, partnering along with the council members, with County Executive's office, with Mr. Cropper's office, they've already started to get this back up and running again. There's additional opportunity for scholarships, partnerships with Warwick, with the hospital, and doing distance continuing education, sort of laying that groundwork to help retain people who are not able to take time off to go in person for their continuing education. These are some of the threats. So some of the things that I'm sure you wrestle with: government support, population growth and traffic, larger societal factors like violence, safety, and quality of life issues. We do still have some pockets where internet was raised as an issue, internet access, internet availability in the county. And then required training is something that I own. I tread a very fine line, MIMS treads a very fine line with trying to make sure that our crews have the adequate training, but also be cognizant that, sometimes they're juggling 2 or 3 different jobs or one job and a volunteer engagement as well. I lay out for you, it's a lot cleaner in the report. I won't flood you with maps. We looked at maps maybe 7 or 8 out of our 9 meetings, right, Lorenzo? But this just gives you a broad overview, and I'll walk you through if you're following on the report. You can find this on page 12. This is a layout of the current stations and their response areas. It is the custom or the habit, I would say, in many, sorry. We found the mouse. There we go. In many locales, to essentially have stations that were laid out based on a village model, not necessarily using technology such as GIS, which we brought to bear during this work group. Another benefit that we'll get into. Sorry about that. This first map I'll highlight for you. It's very, very busy. The map is essentially looking at the travel time from 2 incidents from the current stations that are available. And I know it is very, very busy, but the green area is less than 5 minutes. So what that means is that if the incident is in that area, in the green area, that it's less than 5 minutes for us to get out the door and get to the scene. The areas in yellow are 5 to 10 minutes. The areas in red, some of which you see outside of Wicomico County, are 10 to 15 minutes are in red. And I've highlighted for you with the black arrow there an area that sits just west of Salisbury that's currently covered by Hebron and a little bit by Salisbury as well, which is pretty distant for both stations to try to cover. And I mentioned at the outset that we're generally very good on equipment and resources and stations. This is really the only area of the county where we identified, based on the time that it takes for us to get to incidents, just raw travel time from the geography, an area of future opportunity for an extra resource or an extra station potentially in the future to be located. So, yes, sir.
Yes. Would there be any possibility to supply us with interactive maps where you can actually zoom in on this and distinguish which streets are which? Possibility?
Yeah, so I think we worked with Mission Critical Partners on the GIS end of things. Do you want to comment on that with Denise?
I should be able to get that for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great, thanks.
Yeah, so, and Council President, I mean, that's what we spend a lot of time honestly doing, is zooming in and out, asking the GIS folks different questions. So I think this is really phenomenal what we can do that we couldn't do a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
It's the Fire Tower Road area.
Yeah, it's so the area, I guess, to orient you is the area that's known locally as around Fire Tower Road. So we go to some counties and there are big gaps and big holes. This is really the only gap in physical resources that we were able to identify where a station at least should be contemplated. This subtracts all of the busyness of the yellow and red. So this is looking at the area of the county that's covered within 5 minutes of the current stations. The gold standard from NFPA is to be able to arrive at most incidents within 9 minutes of the calls dispatched. So this is over and above. This is superior. These are areas where we can deliver superior service to even what the NFPA provides. But I think the first map is so busy that it's good to see. These are all the areas that can be covered reasonably within 5 minutes. And if you look at your report, you can actually see in the bottom right the population that's covered or population served within 5 minutes of each of those stations. I apologize, it's a little bit small, but you're able to see, for instance, at Salisbury Station 16, within 5 minute radius travel time, you have 20,000, over 20,000 people who are served by that station. I'll dive into the demographics here, just to brief you out on that. And there are 2 slides. The first one is the total number of patient care reports that are done in a year. So when Fire and EMS responds to an incident, they fill out a patient care report. It's in a statewide electronic system. In some cases, there is more than one piece of response apparatus needed, like a motor vehicle collision. So you have a fire engine, an ambulance, or multiple ambulances. So you'll see this reflects the work effort of all of the units on scene. This is not the total number of patients that we took to the hospital, but I put this in here so you can see last year over 20,000 patient care reports total in Salisbury and Wicomico County. And then if you flip to the next slide, 11,543, the reason for that delta or that difference, excuse me, is in many cases multiple assets needed to handle the call for one patient, or in some cases, we get on scene and the patient is not willing to be transported. So there are a whole number of reasons, multitude of reasons why there's a difference in those numbers. But one thing remains consistent is that we saw a decrease during the pandemic, and we've seen that the call volume here, as in other places, has rebounded. So clearly, we need to be ready, especially for the next 5 years. Next series of graphs here are showing you sort of a breakdown of EMS transports by year. The city of Salisbury is in blue, and the other 11 companies in Wicomico County are in orange. You can see that both of them took a dip and have since rebounded. Oftentimes we look at this and we wonder, is there any variation throughout the year? It turns out that in Q3 of the calendar year, Wicomico County and Salisbury have an increase. This is looking across the past 4 years. Perhaps during the warmer months when there are people traveling, there are a whole multitude of reasons why we might see that increase by quarter. We looked at it by day of the week. It's really kind of well known in the business. The weekends are a little bit lighter in most places. Monday through Friday, Monday through Wednesday particularly tend to be very, very busy days. An hour of the day, this looks very similar to other counties where you have a steep increase throughout the middle of the day from 10 to 10 or 11 to 11, both in Salisbury and Wicomico County. And by priority, so priority 1, immediate life threats. Priority 2, patients who are in need of emergency medical care but not immediately life-threatening. And priority 3 patients, those who may need medical care but not immediately endangering their lives. And we see this very similar sort of 10, 15%, and 75% split, very similar in other counties throughout the state as well. I put up here for you the National Fire Protection response times, their goals. Essentially, we aim to deliver our first basic life support unit to the scene within 5 minutes, first advanced life support unit within 9 minutes. I will tell you, when these were developed, they were developed primarily for urban areas, and they're very difficult, if not impossible, to attain in the rural areas. So we spent a lot of time at the task force meetings talking about this, and the work group generally agreed that we want to try to come close to these numbers, realizing that in some places the rural geography just limits us based on transport time. What you see in Wicomico County is a 90% of the time, so this is including 90% of our calls, we arrive on scene in 15 minutes or less. Eastern Shore, as a total, 9 counties involved, that number is around 13.5 minutes. So we're very close, but there is a little bit of opportunity there. So I just want to take a step through the logic here for a second. A lot of people will look at median time, which is what we do 50% of the time. But as fire EMS and emergency responders, we want to be high reliability organizations. We want to be able to do something and do it well 90% of the time. So that's a very high goal that not a lot of organizations hold themselves to. But in public safety, whether it's police, fire, and EMS, we want to try to make sure that we're really holding ourselves to a high level, a high bar. So we see this as very similar. The median time of 8 minutes compares to a statewide average of 7 minutes. So it's right on the nose. And I'm happy to take any questions, Council President, if I'm throughout.
Okay, all right. Everybody understand?
Steam through it.
Okay.
This again, another GIS map that we're looking at just the immediate life threats here, the priority 1 patients. So how do we do with getting to those scenes as soon as possible? We are certainly the majority of the time, over 90% of the time, we're getting there within 15 minutes, and we'd like to drive that down even more to under 10 minutes, under 9 to 10 minutes. And you can see that the locations of these calls, I know it's probably hard to see on the screen, easier to see on the printed report. The locations of the calls they're not necessarily clustered all in one area. They're distributed throughout the county, because one thing that is hard to take into account is that fire and EMS very frequently has multiple calls on the air at the same time. So they're trying to fulfill multiple requests. So even in a place like Salisbury, where you're very well resourced, you will sometimes have callers, multiple callers at the same time. And this is kind of looking at the same thing, just over 4 years of data. Again, we are over 75% there. There's a little bit more movement we could make to get us 90% of the way there. And I have a break here before we talk about my least favorite thing, which is financial data, but is a necessary evil. Part of what I said at the outset is that although we are doing well, one of the areas that we really struggle with throughout fire and EMS is retention. And this is very busy, this is the compensation for EMTs and paramedics as it's currently reported by the volunteer fire companies. The average hourly rate for an EMT, at least at the time that we did this a couple of months ago, was $18.92. Varies from $18 on the low end to $20.50 per hour. And for paramedics, it was $23.92. Varies from $20 on the lower end to $27 on the higher end. This trails the Eastern Shore comparators just slightly. So $18.92 for EMTs, the average on the Eastern Shore is $19.73. And for paramedics, it's only slightly higher at $24.10. So it's not all about the money, but clearly if we're going to recruit and retain, we certainly need to be competitive. And I've kind of summarized this slide already by telling you what the averages are, and we're maybe just slightly short of those. I know Chief Frampton was up, and I'm sure he could probably tell you this far better than I could, and all the chiefs behind me can probably tell you it's very expensive to put resources on the road. And some may even say that $100,000 for a first response vehicle for an SUV is a little bit of a low mark. I can't keep adjusting my figures fast enough to deal with inflation, which I'm sure all of you can commiserate with. So $100,000 on the low water mark. Ambulances, though, you're looking at $500,000 to procure the ambulance, put all the requisite equipment in it. Luckily, we are well resourced. We need to obviously continue to keep up with ambulance replacement and maintenance, but this is definitely an expensive business, $500,000 per ambulance. So one of the things we do to defray the costs in the fire and EMS world is EMS billing. No matter how good or how well resourced you are, no EMS agency, the collection rates vary widely from a low of 20 or 30% all the way up to 60 or 70% if you're very well resourced. But many companies, particularly volunteer companies, are not going to go after people. They're not going to send them to collection. So they're going to bill them. They're going to send them the required 2 bills. And then, they're going to collect what they can collect. My point in saying all of this is that even though these bills are expensive, the collection rate is far from 100%. It's perhaps, for average numbers, maybe around 50% on a good day. So nobody ever makes money running an EMS service, and nobody is completely whole through EMS billing alone. And that's true here, it's true throughout the state, true throughout the country, that it requires government support in order to be sustainable. Speaking of government support, this gives you an overview of fiscal 25. This was pulled with Mr. Luffman's assistance and as well as the budget here. I've broken out for you what the county currently provides on a total basis and a per company basis, essentially dividing that by 11, and then I've split out Salisbury because the math's a little bit different there. So all told, a round figure for the 11 companies, $493,000 per company per year, total of $6.2 million. That does not include, this is for EMS support, that does not include the additional $3 million that's provided for volunteer fire side, for the fire side of the house, for fire company operating expenses and benefits to all the companies as well. So 6.2, 3 million, these are nice numbers. I've shown you here on the slide kind of how you stack up against a variety of different comparators. I know that Cecil County is pretty far from you. I actually drove down this morning from the Baltimore area, and so I know how far it is for you. But by population, they actually are probably the most reasonable comparator to use in the state. They're very close in population. They do have one large municipality, Elkton, just like you have one large municipality, Salisbury. And when you look at it, you can look at this a number of different ways. The total contribution for fire and EMS from the government side in Wicomico is a little over $10 million, and in Cecil County, it's right around $13 million. Is it good? Is it bad? You know, again, I won't qualify that, but what I will say is Cecil County is in a growth phase as well. They're doing something called an ALS chase system.
I have one question.
Which I'll describe to you. Yes, sir.
One second before you move on.
Yeah.
So with that funding, that is city and county together.
This is everything put together, fire and EMS.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. All told, 10.1.
For even including Cecil. So they have, all
Yes.
the municipalities put together the county funding.
Putting that together, yep.
Okay. All right.
And everybody splits this out a little, slightly differently in their budgeting process, but yes, sir, putting that together. I will highlight that Cecil does operate a career ALS chase system, and they've just started to operate some of their own ambulances through Cecil County government. So that number probably is a little bit higher for that reason, because they have a team of direct county employees that they have to compensate. So getting into, we've kind of reviewed, just to take a tour here, we've reviewed the data in detail, we've reviewed the finances. How do we put this all together? What is the analysis? What's the analysis show? The analysis shows that we've got very reasonable response times, and response times are really not the only metric that's timely. The other piece of it is quality that we want to make sure that we're ensuring. We have a small percentage of patients, but obviously small percentages of patients, if you're those patients, it only matters that you're one of the 83 or one of the 225. 5 and 7% seem low, but again, it only matters to you if you're one of those 83 or 225 patients over the past couple of years. The impact of multiple simultaneous calls is very difficult to measure. We did our best at approximating that. And in many areas that you see around Salisbury and Fruitland and Delmar, when you see longer times, it's largely that simultaneous call effect. There are more calls simultaneously on the air than there are units to fill them. The thing I hope that everybody takes away is that the people count the most out of all of this. We can buy the flashiest ambulances, we can have the best monitors, we can, have the fanciest stations, but recruitment and retention of a stable EMS workforce is really where this task force really centered their effort. So recruitment and retention of that stable EMS workforce in no uncertain circumstances means both supporting the volunteer system and being responsible with continuing to build on that foundation for the career side or compensated side. There are many ways to skin this cat. We provided two options here. We go into great detail on the financial side with two pathways to try to achieve a more centralized and unified model, which we believe will improve the reliability of the EMS service. This is very high level. Again, there is more than one way to skin the cat. This way, if many of you may be familiar with Sussex County, Delaware, and some of the other counties, but Sussex is probably the closest example of this. You have 2 EMTs, 2 basic life support clinicians in each station, and then the county operates paramedic chase vehicles, so sport utility style vehicles with 2 advanced life support paramedics in each vehicle on a 24/7 basis. Now you may say, well, why not put paramedics on every ambulance? And I'll show you that option next. But what I will say is here in Wicomico, as is the case in multiple places, when it comes down to whether a paramedic is needed, rough numbers would say we dispatch the paramedic about 70% of the time, but they're only needed about 30% of the time. And that's not because we're not doing a good job at the 911 center. It's dependent upon limited information that we can get in a very limited 911 call before we have to send a unit out the door. So there are several scenarios where a paramedic arrives on scene, the patient may not need an advanced life support level of service, and the 2 EMTs are able to transport to the hospital. These chase vehicles can go back in service and be available for when the next for when a high acuity call comes out. So there's an advantage, there's definitely an advantage to that you're right-sizing the resource. In some cases, though, we know people will change over time. Sometimes when we pick them up, they look very stable. On the way to the hospital, something changes suddenly, and they may need to stop and rendezvous again with a paramedic on the way to the hospital. Again, the task force debated about the number of these chase vehicles. 3 is really kind of the absolute low watermark. We recommended this as a starting point only. Many in the group, want to reflect the group's entire feedback, believe that number may need to be higher, 4 or 5. In fact, yes, sir.
If you can finish that paragraph, then I'll ask you a question.
Yeah, so 3, I would just conclude that statement by saying 3 is really the absolute bare minimum low water mark, and likely this would grow into 4 or 5 very, very quickly. Yes, sir.
Is the fire chiefs from every station in Wicomico County in favor of this?
So we had feedback from all of the fire stations.
Now, Fire Chiefs Association they're the chiefs and the presidents, I guess, are the spokesperson. Are they all in favor of the chase unit?
Yeah, so we presented both options because, to be very fair, most of the task force is in support of this model, but not all of the task force. So we presented.
I'm not talking about the task force. I'm talking about the chiefs.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the chiefs did have representation on this.
Yeah, I know. But are all the chiefs, have you had feedback from all the fire departments and all the chiefs? Are they in favor of this?
Not universally, not all of them.
All right. Now, I guess my other question is, this is a big change for what was it ever explored, if you wanted to go with the chase vehicles, and I've witnessed that in Sussex County, to just try one as a test unit for one company, if you could get one company to agree to it, to see how it worked for, say, a year. Was that discussed?
That was discussed. We didn't put that in the formal report, but it's certainly a valid way forward to do a test pilot.
I guess, we've got a great group of people running our fire departments, and I know how it is in any organization. Change is something that's hard to take sometimes. So I would think that if you tried one chase unit to begin with for, say, a year to see just how it worked would be an option that might see how it just, anyway.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very valid approach, and we kind of describe sort of a phased approach to recommendations, and maybe we're, depending on perspective, maybe we're a little aggressive on the timeline with rolling out. So definitely, I think anything that moves it in this direction is helpful. Sometimes the speed has to be adjusted.
Question?
Yes, sir.
So first, I want to thank you. You did a great job. Everybody that participated in this did a great job. But I think what Joe's talking about is two different things. We've got the Chiefs Association and we've got the SWAT Committee. I think Joe's asking, did the Chiefs Association support option A or B? Now, my question to you, I already know the answer on the Chiefs Association, which I told you the first meeting, I'm going to go with the Chiefs Association.
Sure.
So is SWAT saying they like option A better, or is SWAT saying we're giving you guys the option? What are you presenting here?
So we're presenting essentially that there are two potential options. We did not poll the Chiefs Association. We did not poll the SWAT to say how many are in favor of option A, how many are in favor of option B.
So when you're giving this to us, you're saying, hey, you're not saying, hey, we like option A better than B, but it's your decision. You guys are just saying, hey, you got A and B to choose from, choose.
Yeah, exactly. The latter, what you said. I will tell you that informally through feedback, more people tend towards option A than option B. But I don't have a poll or a count or a figure on that.
All right. Well, anybody in the room, if I'm wrong, raise your hand.
Yeah.
I've spoken to a couple of the chiefs, and they've told me they're definitely in support of B.
Okay. Yeah.
Did I hear correctly? There's one chief.
The chiefs were in favor of B, having 1 and 1.
Okay. So I spoke to CK Twilley. I spoke to JT Tyler. And her. So, they're saying they like B. that's what this councilman will go for.
Yeah, I think one thing, Councilman, I certainly appreciate it, and I know you were present at almost all the meetings, that we endeavored very diligently to get consensus, and realizing that consensus is difficult to achieve on the topic.
I get it.
One thing that I think we heard as a constant refrain was that the task force, and then again, I know that the chiefs that were either directly involved with the task force or indirectly involved with the task force, everyone sort of agrees that the compensation and the recruitment and retention need to be along the line, need to be bolstered. The general consensus that we received is that the companies prefer them not to be county employees. They prefer them to have county benefits but not be county employees. The logistics of that are challenging. I'm certainly not the expert on. I'm certainly not the county government expert, but there was definitely an ask for county employee-like employees that were not actual county employees, and so.
Bunky, not to put you on the spot, but we did talk about that. Is there a way, or did you find out if there's a way that we can give them some of those benefits without them being official county employees? Is there any way?
It's really going to depend on the benefit itself. For instance, I think it'd be really challenging to put people in our pension system who don't get a paycheck from the county, for example, because I know that them being part of our pension was mentioned. That would be incredibly difficult, and you can imagine the actuary on that with as many EMS, and then if we did fire as well. So that'd be incredibly challenging, but we would have to sort of meet and figure out, okay, what specific things, benefits do they want from the county, and then we would have to sort of address them one at a time and figure out if we could do it.
Because this is a problem. Just like we'll use my daughter for an example. She's an EMT in Powellville. She's going towards an RN instead of going paramedic route. But if she was going paramedic route, I would say, don't work for Powellville when you can go to Salisbury City or Ocean City and get a pension and all kinds of stuff. And I would steer her in that direction. So we do need to come up with something to keep these employees there. But I just haven't figured it out yet.
Well, I mean, if the council would like, I can move on to option B, just so we can talk about what option B is, because I know some of us know, but
sure.
No. So what option B endeavors to do is create a quasi-governmental organization that would have benefits that are on par with, they're not identical to, but at least on par with county government benefits. And so they're not county government benefits. I just want to be really clear on this point, but they would be at least on par with. An example of where this has been done is in my home county of Hartford. It went from an all-volunteer setup to essentially a quasi-governmental staffing agency where all of the fire and EMS companies are on a board of trustees. So the fire and EMS companies are the decision-making authority. The county provides the funding to that quasi-governmental agency, essentially for one paramedic and one EMT to staff each ambulance at each station. The advantage of this is that you have one pay rate, not the chart of pay rates, and checkerboard of compensation and so forth. So you can harmonize everything into one consistent benefits package, one consistent pay rate, with really the confidence of the employee, which you spoke to, I think, very well. Employees have a lot of confidence in county government. I mean, when they're county government employees, they have a lot of confidence. We would try to instill that same level of confidence in a quasi-governmental organization. I'll tell you, it gets part of the way there. It doesn't get, that one weak point is it doesn't get 100% of the way there. There's a difference between being a full-fledged county employee and being an employee of a quasi-governmental association. But you've got that advantage of scale. So you can hire people. You can do so on a consistent basis. You don't have different companies increasing their rate by $1 here and 50 cents there. And today you work at Powellville, tomorrow you work at Parsonsburg, or so on and so forth. There's more of a unified approach. We're all in this together. The fire companies retain their decision-making authority as a board of trustees. But you're dealing with a unified leadership and not leadership that may want to increase the pay rate here or not here, and then have employees migrate between stations, which is what's the task force has shared with us now. Does that make sense to everybody? hopefully I've articulated that well.
Yeah, I mean, I fully support option B, but I also want to move towards giving these EMTs and the paramedics benefits as close as we can get them to county employees so that we don't lose them.
Absolutely, and that rang true, as you know, from these meetings over and over and over again. Is it's personnel, people. We, in the back of the book here, we have the detailed fiscal analysis of what each option would look like. The Chase model actually comes in a little bit higher because you'd end up hiring more EMTs because you have a double EMT crew at each station. So you have those detailed financials that would put them at least as of now, inflation notwithstanding, that would put them at a competitive wage, competitive benefits package. And again, it would involve setting up a quasi-governmental organization to do that. And this can work. The experience in Hartford is that it worked for 20 years. Eventually, it did cede to a county-operated EMS system because the staffing needs just became so great. So, but it worked and it fulfilled the need for 20 years. And sometimes different places may need different, as Councilman Holloway was saying, sometimes different places will need a different speed in terms of making transitions. I really appreciate your time. These last couple of slides lay out the different phases, and certainly none of this is written in stone. This could really be, we could write down short-term, medium-term, and long-term. Then people would ask, well, what does that mean? So we said within 2 years. There's really, we've done some of this work already, increasing our pipeline, training opportunities with CTE, Warwick, and MIFRE, and getting those interested folks right out of high school. Establishing an EMS advisory committee that can help continue to make this plan move along with the council and the county executive's office as this progresses. Because certainly this all sounds very good, but this is where real work begins. This is not, the work plan here is not a final product. This is the place to begin, not the place to end. One thing that is lacking now is a full-time EMS coordinator, a highest EMS official. There's not a single person. We know that this work is falling on the backs of many, many people, but there is not a single person in the county whose full-time job it is to look at the big picture across Wicomico County and establish that EMS coordinator or highest EMS official. We have Sherry Holloway, who's dedicated the vast majority of her life to being this highest EMS official, but with the demands of establishing a unified career service, this is not something that you can put on the backs of one person to volunteer and do this. You heard about QA, QI, quality assurance, quality improvement. There is not currently a person who's dedicated full-time to doing that. Again, Sherry and various others take that on, but the calls are only increasing, and we need to be serious about that.
What does that look like for you as far as their ability to supervise departments? So, like, say, Willards, you got 2 paramedics there. Will this person have the authority over them, or did they have to talk to the chief? Or
yeah, so that's when you're in the station, when you're under option B, there's definitely a lot of interaction that would need to occur between that leader, that EMS coordinator, and the individual chiefs, and that is a skill set that, definitely I would not diminish the importance of being able to do that. In this model, you have each company as the leadership or the board of directors, so to speak, and this person, is working with them, but also working with Mr. Cropper and the administration and the council, so that when an EMS question comes up and you want to say, how are we doing on our strategic plan? There is a single source of truth that you can go to and say, this is where we are, and this is my full-time job, and by the way, this is all that, everything that I do every single day. Lest we, and I certainly don't want to gloss over this point, we have statistics and figures in here where the volunteer EMTs and paramedics are still taking upwards of 800, 900 calls in one way, shape, or form a year. One of the things that can be done, that's done in many other counties, is a retirement benefit or length of service awards program. Currently, Wicomico has that for death benefits, but does not have it upon reaching a certain age. So in some counties, when you reach the age of 60 and you have 25 years of service, there's a small monthly benefit that is paid to the volunteer. That, I'm sure, again, other counties can tell you if you have contacts and colleagues in other counties. Believe it or not, even though the benefits are relatively small, can have a nice retention effect on the volunteers. They have to demonstrate activity over those 25 years commensurate with that, and that would be something that would be established usually in a county code or something of that nature. And then again, at least adopting the staffing model, not saying to implement it within the next 2 years, but trying to make a decision on which staffing model to take reasonably would take a fiscal cycle or two or more, but at least coming down on that. Yes, ma'am.
I like to know, I hear all this. I'm not a fireman, so I don't know anything about fire stations. I'm a public person.
Sure.
What is it going to cost the taxpayer?
So
What's the bottom line?
Yeah, so
what's the cost effect?
The bottom line to put all this in play, to put option B or option A in play, is around $8 million, in rough numbers, $8 million per year.
So that's what we would have to add to our budget.
Well, it's not necessarily entirely an addition. What I would say is that you've got a tremendous amount of support that you're giving to the fire and EMS companies right now. One thing that we agreed to as a task force was to leave that where it is, to not mess with that, because they'll need that support still to run their ambulances and keep them fueled up. So in essence, you're going to have to add, around 7 or 8 million to that budget if we don't touch what you're giving to the companies already.
The capital or operating or annual?
Operating.
So it's recurring.
That's operating, yeah.
Recurring expense.
Right. And I think on the capital expense side, one of the things that this enables you to do, with the exception of that one area that I pointed out to you west of Salisbury, the Fire Tower Road area, it's inordinately expensive for an organization or the county government to go around and procure land and build stations and so forth, and we're not suggesting any of that. There's definitely models throughout the state where the county doesn't have to add to the capital budget by doing this, but you do have to add to the operating budget.
Operating budget is $8 million. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 8 million.
And another question. We just had a presentation earlier before you, and I don't know who was listening. And I believe in partnerships. And this was an update from Wicomico County Mobile Integrity Health Advisory Council, where they were trying to limit people from using, when they call 911, and they're saying they could be able to do blood transfusions and all that stuff. Have you worked with them? Have you all talked to those folks?
Yes, so they actually, when they were talking about their approval process and so forth, they provide me quarterly reports, and you should be very impressed with the work that they do.
You are, yes.
This would not in any way negate that. In fact, it would help bolster some of the staffing. So what we're doing, or what we're seeking to do or asking to do here, is to cover the emergency calls, but clearly we've got to be responsible and continue to pursue that. And they're very kind to do it throughout the county, through 11 MOUs. But growing that program will require more personnel. Yeah, I can't speak highly enough of the SWIFT program.
What's the breakdown between all the departments? What would that be? What's the math?
Yeah, so the
8 million.
The math, if I guess the best place to direct you would be option B, would be page 37. We didn't necessarily break it down by company. We sort of aggregated it together by shift. So this would, conventional EMS staffing, people do it different ways, would be 4 shifts, A, B, C, and D. And then we said essentially you'd need 11 EMTs and 11 paramedics, 1 at each station. So you could, with the exception of a supervisor and coordinator, you could divide the number. I can do it real fast, but I'm not that good with math in my head. Dividing the actually 7.5 million number by 11, roughly.
I've got it. You done?
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, that's all right. Are you done?
I'm done.
Oh, okay.
For now.
On page 15.
Yeah.
And you're you're involved with the EMS services all over the state, and we're meeting with our legislators tomorrow. I don't know whether this is even worth bringing up to them or not. But if you look at our 5 fire departments, Hebron, Mardella, Parsonsburg, Pittsville, and Willards, and you look at the volume of EMS calls, they're basically higher than some of our other stations, except for Salisbury and Delmar and, of course, Fruitland. And one of the reasons, and I notice this because I live in Parsonsburg and I pay attention to our famous Route 50 that stretches through the area. One of the reasons I think these departments have more calls is because of Route 50. Past weekend exemplified that with the number of motorcycle accidents that was happening in the area. Is there ever any supplemental funding that would come from the state that would go to these departments due to the fact that a lot of their calls are related to tourist or, economic driven things that happen as far as the highway goes?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Traditionally there's highway safety grant money that is available to EMS. So at the federal level, EMS is still under NHTSA, under the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. So there are grants that are available that can be applied to EMS. The practice in most places is to use safer grants for firefighters, but there are other grants that can be used. Not many of them are used directly for personnel cost, but there are highway safety grants that can be used. I'd have to get back to you on the details of how that all, I wouldn't know honestly what the pool of money looks like.
The other question I have is Allen Fire Department. It looks like about half of their calls are in Somerset County. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, so either in Somerset County or they're upgrading Somerset County when they're bringing patients north to come into Salisbury. Yes, sir.
So, and we fund all of our fire departments in EMS pretty much across the board the same, correct? How do we just, I know they can't sit there and know that there's an accident half a mile across the line, not go, but how do we justify serving Somerset County when we're fighting for dollars to try to serve Wicomico County?
Yeah, I guess what I can share with you is that there are various places throughout the state along county lines where the mutual aid is far from one-to-one. And typically it tends to be slanted one way or the other. What I would say is that we've obviously met with the Somerset County Commissioners as well. They are certainly aware of the challenges that Princess Anne and Chrisfield have as well. We've made recommendations which are public as well. And I don't disagree with you. I certainly think that Allen, because of where it's located, does have it. If you look at it from a citizen perspective, they're the closest fire station, even though there's a county line in between. So from a moral or ethical obligation, like they feel compelled to be able to help.
I understand that.
But I certainly get your point. I think it's something that Allen has raised at several meetings.
I say it's the same situation, not as severe, but with Fruitland also.
Yeah.
Fruitland's doing quite a few.
It's not unreasonable to have a discussion on support between the two counties. And I know that several of those discussions made the news down here between Worcester and Sussex, I believe, not that long ago. So it is definitely reasonable to have a conversation.
I know nobody likes the word tax, but would we be able to implement or consider some type of fire tax and it not mess the revenue cap up, or no? Just throwing it out there. Not saying I'm recommending it, but is that something? What?
You just did.
You will be on social media tonight, my friend.
It's for
Oh,
the it's for the benefit of public safety.
If you did have another organization, then theoretically you could give that organization taxing power that they could then petition the citizens or others to try to achieve that. And they would then be in charge of raising or lowering or making suggestions. And I don't know if that's what happened in Hartford County, but I know that happens in our neighboring states so very often. That's the kind of thing that they do. So it might be could be worth consideration.
Because this comes down to money, and you're talking $8 million operating every year. So we've got to come up with a way to pay for it.
Yeah, I think what you have here is not as dire as we see in some places, but it's fragile, right? And it doesn't, as you see from the numbers, you have a lot of people who are working multiple shifts back to back to back. So what I guess I'm saying to you is I'm not coming to you saying that the thing is on fire, but we're trying to prevent that from getting to that dire circumstance, and it's coming down the line because we're splitting people between multiple companies. There are some people who work a 24-hour shift at one company, go work another 24-hour shift at another company. They never see their house. We're trying to obviously recruit and retain adequate number of people so that we have EMTs and paramedics who are out there who are ready to take care of, are not sleep deprived running off the road as well.
And
there's a lot of these factors that play into it.
A lot of them I know are middle age or higher. They're not young.
And so they work these jobs for various reasons. Number one, because there's nobody else to work them. But number two, exactly.
No offense.
Yeah. But really, secondarily, even though the $8 million is a large price tag, it is important, I think, to recognize the service that all the EMTs and paramedics provide, which is 24/7. You call and they will be there and bring the hospital to you, as you heard earlier, ma'am, to capitalize. I mean, they're bringing the hospital literally to you. I think in Hartford, one of the things that they finally realized is if they're going to recruit and retain their own, they have to try to compete on wages and compensation.
Not as much about raising the money to pay for it. It's how we're spending the money we already have on what we're spending it for.
So, Dr.
In the fire and EMS world or in general?
In general, across the board.
Dr. Chismar, with option B, though, if we went with Councilman Holloway's suggestion and just did one, that would be about 680, 700,000. I didn't do the math either.
700,000,
Yeah, about 700,000. So it wouldn't be 8 million in FY 25 or 26 or whenever we would do that. It would be 700,000 potentially.
Per company.
Yeah, well, if we started with one.
If you started with one, yeah. If you started with one of the chase units, you'd still be in the same ballpark.
So you could escalate to 8 million, not go 8 million immediately, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, you can.
But not in the 2-year projected date.
What we were saying here is, again, take time to chew on this, look at the pros and cons, because there are pros and cons to both models in the next 2 years, and try to, again, adopt an A or a B, and with or without modification. It wasn't until we really got to the phase 2 that we said, really this ought to be off the ground and running, where you see established minimum staffing each station on a 24/7 basis with full funding. So I guarantee you, if you ask everybody in the audience behind me, they'd say as soon as possible. And we really went back and forth probably several times about what is a reasonable time to do this. This is public safety. All of us are going to say as soon as possible, but we're trying to be reasonable.
Isn't Garrett County phasing theirs in?
Yes, so currently, the only 3 counties without a county career component are Worcester, Wicomico, and Somerset, if you exclude Ocean City. But those are every other county in the state has in one way, shape, or form. It may be as few as 3 ambulances in Kent County, but every other county in the state has had to do that out of necessity.
Particular county, except for maybe yours or even yours, that would be a good model that we could possibly look at without reinventing the wheel?
Yeah, that's a great question. Garrett is actually quite a good model. The challenge with Garrett is that their population is much lower. What I would say, probably the closer comparison on the Eastern Shore, again, still less in population, would be either Talbot or Queen Anne's. Again, still lesser in population. As the state EMS medical director, I'm not allowed to have favorites. I know that's not what you're asking, but But yeah. So one of the things that, just to kind of wrap it up, phase 2 would also be to really launch this, put this on the ground, centralize the QA processes, create retirement or pension options that are at least on par with county benefits, realizing that there are some challenges there. Phase 3, within the next 6 years, 5 to 6 years, this was the one place that we mentioned. I know it takes time to procure land, takes time to build a building, but in the area west of Salisbury, Fire Tower Road is an area where we see, an area of opportunity there that as we also, I didn't mean to leave this out, but we went through all the various growth permits. We had gentlemen from planning that visited us as well and said, look, these are some of the areas that are ripe for development. So we tried to project that out as well. And I think the area west of Salisbury will not improve and will probably worsen if it's not addressed there.
If we have any county property in that general vicinity?
Is Poplar Hill, is that state?
State, yeah. Okay.
That's potential.
Well, I mean, we don't want Poplar Hill?
We don't want Poplar Hill.
Okay, all right.
We've been through that.
And again, we do have another piece in here. You have over 900 calls last year answered, EMS calls, not even talking about fire. There's far more fire calls that are answered by volunteers, is taking a look at the property tax credit moving forward several years in the future to increase that to maintain volunteer recruitment and retention. One of the other pieces that a cooperative or unified arrangement gets us on the career or compensated side is the ability to be a big player. Right now, each company has to go to suppliers one at a time. And if you have the power to centralize your purchasing, cooperative purchasing, supplies and equipment, this is something that'll take time to do. But in the end, no matter which business you're talking about, it can help save money.
Buying power. Works every day.
That 8 million, that was including benefit packages, that's the whole shebang, right?
We budgeted for 125% of what the compensation would be, so that includes, in fire and EMS, you're always going to have overtime costs. It's not through lack of poor planning, so it included overtime and benefits in the 125% figure. It is a little lean on the supervisory end. I mean, we budgeted around 100,000 for an EMS lead coordinator, which is competitive, but over time you would need to grow that into some people that work on each shift. Again, we just tried to be very reasonable, not put the ideal state out there within 2 years.
Very good job, though.
Thank you.
On this.
Couldn't have done it without you.
There is an escalation clause in the bill that we passed on the tax credit, so that by 27, I believe it is up to 2,000, if I'm not mistaken.
25, I think.
25.
It's 25 and I have 25 in 2028.
Yes.
And 2,000 beginning 26 and 27. I didn't know if your recommendation of 1,000 was in addition to what we've already put in the legislation.
The task force members, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they knew that was being debated at the time and wanted to make sure that they registered their support for that.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong there, Lorenzo.
I think that's correct.
But as I said, I'm really grateful for the questions. I'm really grateful for everyone's time. I mean, we got the request in September of last year. We met throughout the winter into the summer. And I can't tell you, it's really heartwarming to see this many people turn out to try to look at a complex problem,
So,
come up with solutions.
other than the money for option A, what do you see the biggest challenge?
For option A, so the chase model.
Yeah, other than the money, we know it's going to cost.
Yeah, so the biggest challenge is that if you we budgeted 2 paramedics per truck. If you leave 1 paramedic on an ambulance, you have to find a way to eventually recoup that paramedic. You have to get them back at some point. So, imagine a hypothetical, they go on a call in Powellville, the paramedic gets off and upgrades because this is a sick patient. You have to figure out how you're going to get that paramedic eventually back on their truck. So it does come with that challenge.
You see any challenge with integrating this system into the fire departments?
I think if you, if I'm reading the tenor of the room appropriately, you have sort of the want to do this, but the fire companies want to make sure that whoever is running the EMS service is responsive to what their needs are. And I think there might be, concern anytime you're not directly managing it yourself. There might be concern that your concerns are not being felt or listened to. And so I think one of the options lays that out, where you establish that organization, and the fire companies, in fact, are the board of directors, and they have a way, really like they do through the Chiefs Association, to make sure their concerns and needs are being met. With the other model, if you provided the fire companies with the EMT money, they continue to employ their EMTs, and the county itself employs those chase paramedics. One of the challenges is also, is the county going to be responsive? Do they have enough of these chase units to go around? What happens to my neighborhood when, the unit has to go to West Side or to Powellville? Is there going to be another truck that's available and nearby and close enough to upgrade my calls? Those are some of the questions I think you would hear from them.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
since we have a lot of people that were on the committee and chiefs, is it possible we could see if anybody wanted to say anything? Anybody else?
Anybody that would like to make a comment at the podium? We don't want to, yeah. We don't want to ambush the committee, but we're interested in comments.
I'm Sarah Townsend, Chief of Allen Fire
Pull that
Company.
close. I can't hear.
Sarah Townsend, Chief of Allen Volunteer Fire Company. The chiefs were more in favor. At our last meeting, unfortunately, our president of the Chiefs Association wasn't here. We are more in favor of the 1-in-1. Like Dr. Chesmar said, there's a lot of questions on when you're dropping one off, getting them back to that vehicle, and if one's in Powellville, how's it going to get down to Allen? And one of our deepest spots, it's a lot more. I'm not saying that at some point we couldn't transition into something like that, but for right now, we would like to see more of the 1-in-1, because I know I don't want to downgrade from having a paramedic and an EMT on my shifts 24/7 to waiting on a paramedic to come if I need it, because we are kind of out there pretty far. And the other thing I like to say too is to Joe, we do run a lot of calls to Somerset County, and unfortunately, we can't help that. We cannot tell anybody no that we cannot serve them, so I don't feel like our funding should be looked at as being cut or
I never mentioned cutting your funding. You didn't.
Let her finish, Joe.
I didn't mention.
Joe, let her finish.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
But as far as that goes, I will say we hadn't gotten anything from Somerset County before, but the year before last, they gave us $25,000. This year, they've given us $35,000. Definitely doesn't make up for the amount of calls that we drop our paramedic off on their units. However, but we cannot say no. So people in the public and everything like that, we can't say no. We cannot deny anybody's call. So if it goes off, we have to respond. Doesn't matter where you're at. So,
I fully understand that, and I wasn't suggesting cutting your funding, and I was not suggesting you not go to Somerset County. My point was about half your EMS calls are in Somerset County.
they are.
That was my point. And like I said, as we struggle to pay, there's got to be, like this gentleman said here, there's got to be some discussion on how that's made whole. I don't mean
Understand.
going to Somerset County. It could be a Wicomico County resident in Somerset County that needed an ambulance
Absolutely.
call,
Yeah.
So I wasn't suggesting that.
Yeah. Well, that's
Okay.
good, because most of my family's from Somerset County,
Yeah.
so if they
Yeah.
need help, I would like to think that if the Princess Anne's out of ambulances, we're going to them.
Yeah.
So, but either way, I'd like to say that whatever decision's made, that you can't put a price on a life, and whatever's the best for anybody should be what comes out in the end. And like you said, us chiefs, it's our names on those buildings. We like to have part in what's what's said and done, because ultimately it's our name too that goes along with it, and being able to be in charge and know what's going on in your own station means a lot. So,
Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
Thanks.
The only question I had was, there was a few references to centralized coordination of resources, but I never saw a clear definition as to what that really meant. Is that a centralized coordination of resources among the companies themselves, or are you talking about involving county government in that centralized position?
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion about what that might look like, because we knew that the competitive benefits were so important. On the centralized coordination of resources, I guess just to clarify, all of the stations and the ambulances and so forth under any model that we constructed would continue to belong to the companies and be funded by the companies.
Sure.
It primarily concerned personnel.
Right.
So really trying to, I don't want to diminish this in any way, but create an agency or a body that would be centralized and coordinate personnel needs. Just to provide you briefly with one example, at Station A, if that person calls out for the day, Station A is kind of stuck in the lurch. They got to figure out who's going to come fill this shift. If we have centralized staffing, I'm not saying everything will be better, but we at least have some flexibility where we can, there's a bigger pool of people to draw from, strength in numbers, so to speak. The other end of this, and everyone behind me can attest to this just as well, there's a fair amount of burnout in the fire and EMS world. There are some stations where they are running nonstop, and with centralized staffing, you have the ability to be able to switch this up. You have for a period of time, personnel could be rotated. Not saying they have to be, but they could be rotated to other stations instead of, running nonstop every single shift you ever work. That burden can be rotated. So really phenomenal questions. I'm really grateful for your time. I'm way over time, I'm sure.
No, you did a very good job, though. It's really enlightening, and we appreciate it because we've been waiting for this for quite some time. So it's good to see. I like the work that's here. Anything else, Mr. Cropper or Mr. Edling, if you had anything you wanted to comment
I didn't have anything to add to the report other than I apologize for having to step out. I had another pressing meeting that I had to give a report on. So thank you for the indulgence.
And I'd be willing to add that the Region 4 office, which is the entire Eastern Shore, you have Brian Ebling, Michael Parsons, who's right here in Wicomico County. We would love to. We don't want to impose, but we would love to stay connected on this. If you choose to implement some or part or what have you, we don't want this to be just once and done. To the degree that you're willing to have us.
I agree. I appreciate you offering that because I'm sure we'll have more than one work session on this within the next few months, next year, without a doubt, several meetings. So we do appreciate your time and a very succinct report. We really appreciate that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bunky.
I'm gonna go get the candidate. I think she's still in our office.
Okay. Entertain a motion to adjourn to go into closed session. Second?
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
We're reconvened as the Wicomico County Council, Legislative Session 2024-21 for September 17th, 2024. First item on the agenda is the submission of Tracy Green Taylor as Director of Department of Planning and Zoning. Mr. Luffman will give you the floor, and Development, I'm sorry, we'll give you the floor.
So we currently have a vacancy for Director of our Planning and Zoning Department, and we interviewed Tracy Green Taylor, and we're submitting her forward for that position, obviously for your confirmation, hopefully.
Thank you, Mr. Luffman. Entertain a motion from council to approve Resolution 128, 2024, confirming the appointment of Tracy Green Taylor as Director of the Department of Planning, Zoning, and Community Development.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Resolution 128, 2024, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Resolution passes unanimously.
That was
Congratulations. Very much. Congratulations. Any comments you'd like to make?
I just want to thank all of you for this opportunity. I'm really excited about it, and as I stated, it feels like a full circle moment for me because this is where I started my career and this is my home county. So thank you again.
Couldn't be happier to have you on board.
Welcome
Thank you
aboard.
very much. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second? All those in favor? Aye.